Before we started, I wanted to say that I recently had a conversation with a friend of mine who has Indigenous ancestry, and he asked me, what is a land acknowledgement? And I said, that's a good question. I'm always afraid of getting that wrong or not saying the most right thing. And he said, just think about it in its most basic form, and that's to acknowledge the land. And the purpose of the exercise is think about the opportunity we have to learn a deeper appreciation. We have an opportunity here to learn that deeper appreciation for the fauna and the flora we share this land with. The fact that we get to live so close to some of the freshest water in the world, and we get to share that with each other. And it's also important because this land is the traditional territory, feeding ground and gathering place, traveling route and home for the Deneza, Nahiawak, Anishinaabe, Sequamish, Stoney Nakoda, and Métis. Going forward with that, I would like to have a motion to, actually, first I'll call it to order, and then ask if there's any additions to the agenda. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to add under new business 7.8, our land acknowledgement policy.
7.8, land acknowledgement. Does anybody else have any other additions to the agenda today? Right. Having said that, may I have a motion to accept or to approve the agenda as amended? Your worship. Yes. Okay. I have that motion. All in favor? That's carried. Usually when you have your hand up, you want to say something. Oh, that's great. So we have in our package committee of the whole minutes from August 22nd, 2023. Are there any corrections, deletions, or additions to be made to those minutes? Right. Are there any business arising from the minutes? We have a motion to accept the committee of the whole minutes from August 27th. Councillor Waxer.
They were approved at the last regular meeting. They're here for business arising for approval.
All right, I said corrected. I guess they were already approved. So they were just here for business arising. No business arising? Thanks for that clarification. He's after doing this for so long, you think he got it right? All right, so that brings us to agenda item 5, delegations. I understand that we had some last minute requests that came in after the agenda was prepared. So we're ready to receive some of those. I understand Mrs. Willis would like to come forward and bring something to council's and the municipality's attention.
But don't be shy. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I live in Pine Grove, and there's a problem on Geeky Street in Hazel. On Hazel Street going towards Geeky, there is a stop sign. And I was wondering if you would be considering installing a 3-way stop sign on Geeky Street. Because when you're coming onto Geeky Street from Hazel, you have to inch out very carefully because of the cars on both sides. You cannot see what cars are coming. And I'm here to just ask you to consider putting a 3-way stop there. for traffic, because I know I've always, I inch out, but even so, cars that are coming on Geeky, they're going quite fast. And of course, if I pull out and they hit me, I'm at fault. Right, so I know it's probably going to be an inconvenience, but I think a three-way stop at that intersection is warranted, because I'm not the only one that hears about it. It's ridiculous trying to turn left onto onto Geeky from Hazel, and that was my issue.
Well, thank you for bringing that forward, and I think many of us have probably observed that on a regular basis. I know I had, because I was working in that area for quite some time and in proximity to Pine Grove. So I appreciate you bringing that forward. I would like to maybe lean over to administration and ask Mr. Given if there's an opportunity to bring this forward to the Traffic Advisory Committee to come back to council with information on those observations.
Sure. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Demota. Absolutely. So administration, the residents have a lot of different ways to get requests into the municipality. Certainly appreciate somebody who's willing to come down to council to get something into the system. I think the simplest course of action would be to refer the matter to administration for a report back at a future committee meeting. That would allow us to take the request back to our law enforcement department, our operations department, just to check, and the RCMP to check a couple of different perspectives. And then we can come back to council with what the resolution is, and which could include administration simply making that change, or providing council a timeline on when we could make that change, or if there didn't appear to be a warrant on the analysis, then we could provide council with that information as well, and council would be able to be informed of what direction they might wish to give us. So a referral to administration for report back would get this request into the system.
All right. Well, I really appreciate that. Does that satisfy?
Yes, it does. I've just come to offer consideration for doing that.
Absolutely.
Because it's pretty tricky.
Right. And so that we're not holding you to making sure you're watching every single council meeting, even though we hope that many residents do. We have some contact information from you to get back to you when there's an answer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. That's great.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. May I have a motion in that regard? Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. I would make that motion that committee refer to administration review of the stop signs at Hazel and Geeky, and to report back to a future council meeting.
Sounds pretty straightforward. Thank you. We have a motion. All in favor?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
may I speak to
You may speak, your worship. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. I do speak in favor of the motion, but I wanted to take the opportunity to thank you, Mrs. Willis, for two things. Firstly, for your observation to improve safety and transit in the community. That's important. But I also want to thank you for taking the time to engage in the system and work your way through the process to get before council. I know that can be challenging for some residents, but you seem to have navigated the process appropriately, and I hope without too much standing in the way. But here you are before us, which is perfect. It's the way that we would like more residents to engage with us. So I commend you for that, and thank you for your observations and,
Thank you.
and for encouraging the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, your worship. I appreciate that. Great. Now may I call the question? All in favor? Okay, thank you. Great observation. Great. I believe we also have Tourism Jasper today, Mr. Jackson. Come forward. I understand that Tourism Jasper is here today to give us a presentation on external change rooms for the activity center / arena for the upcoming winter season.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Deputy Mayor, Your Worship, Councillors, I really appreciate you adopting us onto the agenda today. I know it's extremely last minute, but given the matter at hand and given Council's schedule over the next month, I believe we really appreciate it. I'll try to be as succinct as I can and move quickly. So I know you've got a big agenda ahead of you. So today we're here to talk about the hockey tournaments in Jasper and the implications of losing them. However, I'm here today with my colleague Tyler Riopel to request that Council support an initiative, an innovative and collaborative solution to the reality of losing hockey tournaments this season. So as a bit of background, hockey tournaments drive material economic impact into the community in a key need period in winter. They also act as a fundraiser for minor hockey teams and their families. But due to the ongoing renovations of the activity center, which are greatly appreciated, hockey tournaments are unable to be hosted due to a lack of adequate dressing rooms, which is understandable. And so while the team administration has focus their resources on providing accessibility to youth groups and community-based hockey, tournament play is unfortunately unable to take place. And so we're here today with what we believe is a fairly creative and community-based solution to address that. So without going into too much detail about the dressing room orientation, although we can gladly do that if you'd like, we've partnered with several businesses in town, over 10 in fact, to fund the procurement of separate dressing rooms by way of trailers. Administration has been extremely collaborative in working through the logistics and considering this initiative. And our solution, we believe, offers adequate dressing room space to host tournaments this winter, November through April. One quick item of note that the municipality would still need to obviously maintain those assets as opposed to us maintaining those assets. So we just want to be extremely clear up front. So the opportunity before us is partner Box Modular, which is a manufacturer and a renter of these units, has offered to rent us the units for free. However, they require the costs of transporting and then maintaining those assets to be covered. And so, as I mentioned, 10 local businesses have stepped up and to contribute funding that will fund the variable costs, which include transportation, heating, as well as construction costs to ensure adequate implementation. We've also found a project manager that will facilitate the installation process, thus alleviating some work capacity on administration, which is I think another fantastic contribution from the business community. So this is where we'll get into a few of the details here. So there are a lot of considerations around this, knowing that this is an active, or the greater site is actively under construction.
So
in working with
those include obviously utilities will be
needed to be implemented as I should be more clear, sorry, that utilities will need to be installed. However, the washrooms will not be included in the trailer units. However, they're heated through propane, as well as they'll need electrical. Facility operations, including cleaning and maintenance, are the responsibility of the municipality, as I mentioned, as will be walkway clearing maintenance of the exterior pathways into the facility, which I'll get into in a minute. Parking and traffic will be impacted, although that might be a strong word. I'll also get into that. Permitting will be an issue, as we all know. As well, one thing we wanted to be transparent about is that the actual tournaments have not been secured yet, as they had already been canceled due to the construction. So a big component of this initiative would be going back out to the hockey community in the province to ensure that these tournaments can be produced. So I'll walk you through visually the site considerations that we worked through with administration. So our preferred site is along Pyramid Lake Road, 2 trailer units in the parking lane, as you can see here. If you can imagine them sort of straddling the northeastern door of the facility, requires parking lane closure, as I mentioned, as well as ramps, matting, and some other modifications. Again, this is our primary option. Another option we looked at was a single unit in addition to an interior dressing room to be constructed. This is a viable option. However, constructing an additional room in the lobby creates some space constraints, in addition to all the other considerations along Pyramid Lake Road, as I mentioned. And then we also looked at a third option around laying down a trailer in the municipal lot on the east side of the facility, but due to the childcare temporary parking, that really wasn't an option, as well as the, I would call it like athlete access would just really make things extremely difficult in the lobby. That's all to say, we've landed on the recommendation, the first one that I mentioned, 2 trailers, which would be divided into 4 12 by 30 dressing rooms along Pyramid Lake Road. There are a few considerations to this. Obviously, washroom access is a big one. Entrance through the north access point of the arena. Athlete travel along the sidewalk, up 3 stairs and or a ramp through the facility into the, I guess, northeastern access point of the ice surface. And the exact placement of the trailers would need to be confirmed, given distance from crosswalks and that kind of thing. In this scenario, I believe that the 15-minute drop-off area as planned would just be shifted up to beside Commemoration Park on that side of the parking access. And so we believe of all the options, that's the best one. And so here's another visual of how you can see walking path from the public lot around the facility into the entrance, as well into the main entrance on the east end, as well as the 15-minute parking zone. You can see here the recommended sort of transportation or access path from athletes. They would exit the trailers, have to walk a short distance, and then up into the facility. I will be honest, this plan is not without risk. Some are easily mitigated. Others will require constant monitoring and attention. And so those include obviously traffic impacts, lighting, fire safety, ventilation, security, accessibility, and emergency preparedness. In the middle of the road, which would require some standard operating procedures and a little bit more planning, are the planning for cold temperatures, having athletes outside exposed to those temperatures. Cleaning and sanitation will have to be, those standard operating procedures would have to be shifted slightly due to the fact that the units don't have water in them. So that would change things slightly. We have to be cognizant of the fact that this could facilitate negative experiences for athletes and spectators. There is potential for damage to equipment through skates and that kind of thing, as well as pedestrian impact, having a public sidewalk shared or adjacent to the athlete pathway. On the high end of things, obviously slipping is a considerable hazard that we need to be cognizant of, and we totally acknowledge that, as well as the general liability. As we mentioned in this proposal, the although the procurement of the assets would be done by the business community, the maintenance would be completed by the municipality, and therefore, being their facility, the liability would sort of rest on the municipality. So just want to acknowledge that. Talking dollars and cents quickly, the estimated budget of the project is just under $60,000. That includes $18,000 basically in revenue against the project because we're getting the trailers for free. The primary budget lines you'll see are the delivery and fees, as well as propane to heat the units. That's the preferred method to heating the units. Small construction costs. We've also included a line for maintenance. However, if the municipality were to be in support of this initiative, the municipality could hypothetically internalize those costs. We've just included them for transparency's sake. And so from a cash perspective, those costs would disappear. However, we want to acknowledge that there would obviously be a budgetary consideration for the municipality by way of wages or small expenses for that maintenance. But we estimate that cost would be roughly equitable to about $20,000. From a revenue perspective, like I mentioned, we have 10 businesses that have stepped up, and between those businesses, ourselves, and we hope the municipality, the project is funded, I suspect with a surplus as well, if need be, for any contingencies. Quick timelines. Hopefully we can discuss support today. We would engage our project manager quickly to start working through the construction and contractor engagement, so to construct ramps, matting, and that kind of thing, as well as installation of the units themselves. We'll look to get the cash contributed from our businesses very soon, and then secure trailers, and then work through permitting. The timelines are tight, and I completely acknowledge that. However, it's all contingent on permitting, which is I suspect, largest challenge of this. Respectfully, in addition to the ongoing operation of the facility, permitting will be the biggest challenge. And so it's really contingent on that with parks. The largest unknown, however, is securing the business, because we can be successful in laying down these trailers and having a fantastic operational plan. But if we don't get out into the sporting community and secure those tournaments, we'll have empty trailers. But we believe November 1st through April 1st, there's about 19 eligible weekends that hockey tournaments can be hosted, with a few blackout dates for holidays and other events. Historically, 17 weekends of those have seen tournaments, 13 of which are produced by local groups or teams. That doesn't mean that they're all local teams participating, but they act as a local fundraiser for a local team. So I know I was moving pretty quickly here, but in closing, we're asking you basically to champion this initiative and support administration in this collaboration with the private sector as we work together to realize our vision of bringing tournament play to Jasper this winter, while the much needed and appreciated construction of the activity center take place. So with that, I'm open to any questions or dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And from our past conversations on other boards, impressed with how quickly this came together, and I really appreciate receiving this information today. And I also appreciate Box Modular having that extra X in box, because it's thinking outside the box, and I think this is a great way to look at things. Does anyone from council have any further questions on or information needed from Mr. Jackson on this presentation? Councillor Wilson.
You spoke to it a few times, Mr. Jackson, but a great presentation. I'm in full support of it, but the biggest challenge is permitting in Parks Canada. I don't see how we can get around all of that. Like, how is this project more important than other projects in the development queue? Have you spoke with anybody at Parks Canada at this point, and would they be able to not allocate development officer positions? Like, is there a special position that they could allocate time to streamline this again?
We haven't had conversations in that level of detail. At a high level, they are supportive and understanding of the initiative, but they haven't made, I would say, any commitments I would be prepared to go on the record to share. I think they're supportive of the initiative and will do everything they can to expedite it. But you know, I will acknowledge that this is the single biggest challenge with the project.
Is it still viable if it's December start? You know, like, because right now it's suggesting November, but if we were thinking regular development office times, it's like January. So is are we still, is it still worth it to do it if we're hitting like December or January, where the trailers are operational?
Yeah, I think that date would have to be determined, and that would be, I would think, a discussion that would have to happen in tandem with the hockey community, because we're assuming that we'll just get tournaments every weekend, but there might be holes in those 17 weeks. And so I think there's a conversation to happen in alignment with scheduling. But I think, you know, and this is just my answer off the cuff, but I think anything after January would start to, the costs wouldn't necessarily have the return on investment. But I think a December implementation wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay, and then, yeah, if I may just follow up, you kind of alluded to booking the tournaments again, which was Jasper would be assisting in the municipality, because I think municipality would be the original booker of those tournaments, but we probably don't have the manpower to get out there and actively book. Would you guys be?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're very keen to assist. Respecting the administration, that's their role historically, but we would absolutely assist in any way possible. But we've also got a commitment from Jasper Minor Sports and I would say passionate hockey fans in the community to assist as well. And anecdotally, our understanding is that the demand for tournaments in Jasper, historically speaking, has greatly outweighed the supply of weekends. And so it's believed, and again, anecdotally, that securing the tournaments wouldn't be an issue, although it'll take some effort to make those calls and follow up with folks.
Appreciate that. I had a bunch of questions and you checked off most of the boxes in your presentation, so that's good. Thank you, Councillor Wilson, Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor DeWitt. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Appreciate the presentation, and as said by Councillor Wilson, I certainly don't want to stand in the way of this. There's been great collaboration to get to this point, and I really do appreciate that. I have a couple of questions just about other requirements. So permitting might be one, but has anybody investigated whether there are any health and safety requirements to be met, particularly with respect to access to washrooms? So if we have teams of youth hockey players in those dressing rooms, I presume that typically between periods they would, and before the game and after the game, they would like to use facilities, and we will have, well, not available in this plan, and I'm not sure what would be really available in the facility as it stands. In the public washrooms, I think would still be open, but I don't know whether anything has been configured to allow players and their equipment to use those washrooms. And so I'm just curious whether there are requirements. I appreciate this is not league play, but there is probably still some governing body. I would like the comfort of knowing that there is not an issue housing tournaments or hosting tournaments without washroom facilities. And related to that, of course, is the I think you call it a medium risk of negative experience, but destination reputation is important. If tournament players wind up in our community and have a negative experience, that has downstream impacts, and I'm concerned about that. My final question for you is the budget that you presented. I'm not clear that I think it was $58,000 in total. Is that non-municipal funding? Or is part of that, the 20,000 I think was maintenance? That's part of a municipal budget request, I take it. And a construction cost of 5,000 I thought to be quite low, but I don't know where that falls. So I'm assuming that these trailers will have doors that are 3 or 4 feet above ground, so there would have to be presumably a deck built or something to have access. It seems impractical, particularly for younger players, to expect them to walk down stairs along a sidewalk and up more stairs into the arena. So it could be configured with decking all the way across, but I can't imagine getting that constructed with the material cost for $5,000. So I don't know what that $5,000 relates to and out of whose pocket that comes at the end, whatever the cost might be. So those I leave with you, and then you're welcome to respond to those. And then I have one final question for administration.
Okay, relating to the health and safety access to washrooms, totally acknowledge that. I think the plan is to utilize the public facilities within the venue. There would also be an opportunity to, if mandated by a governing body, procure mobile washrooms if required. I think that could be a fairly malleable solution. We can move them around, but that is yet to be determined. To answer your question directly, we have not engaged with Hockey Alberta on that issue specifically, but we can definitely take that away to do that. On the negative experience comment, totally acknowledge it. Again, a lot of our research has not been overly robust, but anecdotal, and the commentary from the hockey community has been that they're extremely keen to visit Jasper, and these types of situations are not completely unreasonable, especially given the fact of what the historical dressing room experience has been like and what the expected future dressing room experience would be like. So I think people understand that this is a bit of a bridge year, but the future experience will be outstanding. In terms of the construction costs, Tyler might be able to correct me if I'm wrong on the height of the unit, but it's not 3 or 4 feet. I think it's something like 18 inches. Yeah, just over a foot off. Just over a foot off, yeah. So we'll call it 18 inches. I think the plan is to facilitate ramping wherever possible, as opposed to stairs. But yeah, I will acknowledge that $5,000 might be a little low. Those costs, as per sort of our collaboration with administration, would be borne by the business community as part of the implementation. If that number were to double, I'm confident we could finance that. Relating to the maintenance and the $20,000, that was a assumption and an estimate made on what it would cost to maintain those assets. If the municipality would like to internalize those, that number might be different from a wages perspective. If the municipality chose to subcontract the maintenance externally, there would be a cash cost to that. And our very rough estimate was about $2,500 a month. So that's where that number comes from. So I think reading between the lines there, you had mentioned there's a request for, you're asking if there's a request for funding. I think our priority today is to undertake the initiative. If the municipality were to be able to internalize the costs, that would be acknowledged as a cash contribution, I believe, but that's not the primary purpose of our visit today. It's to see if we can get this done, really, is what it's about.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. You had a question for administration?
Well, if I could.
Yeah.
Respond first to Mr. Jackson. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And conceptually, I'm supportive of the initiative. I just want to make sure that we cover the basis, and I appreciate your explanation. I assume wrongly that the boxes would arrive on the backs of trailers and would stay there, but I think they're going to be unloaded and sit on the ground. So that does change the dynamic quite a bit. So I appreciate that. My question then for administration is whether administration has had an opportunity to consider operational and facility requirements and whether they can be supportive or otherwise now, or whether administration needs time to consider operational concerns related to the concept that's been presented.
Thanks, Your Worship. No, we've been working closely with Tourism Jasper and certainly appreciate the business community's willingness to dive into this issue. I think as council is aware, getting through the renovation and seeing the impacts it was going to have on operations, administration needed to prioritize, and that's why we had our focus on local youth practice and league games, because we felt that that's something that we could have managed in-house with existing resources. But the participation of the business community does certainly change that equation of what we have in terms of capacity and resources. We have not had a detailed look at the operational plan. So there are a number of unknowns still and a lot of details that will have to be ironed out. And so I think it's important that everybody appreciates that there are still some, potential limitations, and Tourism Jasper and James' presentation have been really, I think, upfront about that. But we want to ensure that everybody's going into this with the same level of understanding and what will be possible and what won't be possible. I think we need to acknowledge that the arena capacity will still be limited. Only one side of bleachers will be available, and we also have reduced fire exiting, and so that reduces the overall capacity of the people that can be in the arena at any one time. Probably not that big an issue for the vast majority of tournaments, but when we've got 4 teams playing, some other teams hanging around, and parents with all those associated teams, we may need to do more active monitoring of load capacity in there to make sure that we're within sort of fire regulations. There will be, because there's reduced capacity in a bunch of areas of the facility, if you've been in, you've seen that the lobby area in front of Glenda's is smaller now because we've got construction hoarding. The curling lobby is also under construction, and so for any curling events, they're displaced. And so operationally, we will have to be managing, all of those different uses with less space and potentially with less adjacent parking if this goes forward. In terms of the costs, administration did do we did a bit of a brainstorming about what operational considerations might need to be highlighted, and Tourism Jasper incorporated those into their presentation and into their thinking. For those of you that play hockey or have been around hockey teams, dressing rooms are not the tidiest of places. And to be very frank, we need to deal with things like bodily fluids, and vomit came up surprisingly often. I didn't really think that was a major feature, but apparently for our operational staff who have to clean dressing rooms on a regular basis, these are the types of considerations that they have. That means that water in dressing rooms and frequent cleaning of dressing rooms following games is very, very important. So we haven't had a chance to validate at municipalities' operating costs, which are different than some contracted service, because we do have a unionized workforce, and we have certain regulations with, under our collective bargaining agreement that we'd have to follow. So we haven't had a chance to validate that $20,000. And I think the biggest issue that I'd want to bring to council's attention, and again, was raised in the presentation, is just that general liability and duty of care of the municipality. Municipalities, I think, try to standardize their processes to reduce risk and liability because, as council knows, we can be sued for just about anything, and there are cases across Canada that show that municipalities have a pretty high bar for when they deliver services. My biggest concern would be an athlete, the risk of an athlete being injured when they're not on the ice, getting from the dressing room to the ice, and the municipality being found liable for that. Again, that wasn't sort of behind the scenes or sort of overshadowed in the presentation. James made that explicit clear, and I just want to highlight that to council that in doing this, we would be taking on some increased liability. Certainly, it is something that we can work to address to the best extent possible, but is never going to be as good as having, space inside. And so I think the question here is that level of risk acceptable to council? I'll say that from an administrative perspective, it is as much as we want to work with the business community, is probably slightly outside of even my risk tolerance. And if council said, this is important, we need to do this, expend the resources to do it and do it well, then administration would be excited to do that and to work with the business community to advance the project. So we haven't had a chance to validate the exact $20,000 cost. My suspicion would be it would be slightly higher, or higher, and subject, because we're talking about outside. A very basic portion of that would be snow removal, and so if we have a hockey tournament day where there's significant snow, that's not a once a day snow clearing. That is a much more frequent. I was going to conjecture if you have to do that every time before players come in and out, or what sort of standard would be required to demonstrate that we took appropriate steps to reduce. I'm saying reduce because I don't think we'll eliminate any liability that might arise from this arrangement. But if we take appropriate operational steps, we can probably reduce that. I think the question is, on that cost benefit analysis, does this meet the bar that council thinks is acceptable? And that's why administration wanted to work with Tourism Jasper and the business community to get this in front of council so we can get a clear indication as early as possible so that all the parties can start working on whichever direction council indicates is the preferred direction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Given. Does that satisfy your questions? Okay, I appreciate that. I had a few more ideas and questions that came up, but I think for me, the most important thing is that Tourism Jasper and the business community have been working with the municipality already, and I certainly want to champion this to the degree that, let's just see what it'll look like if we can get it going as soon as possible. And I know just from operating and managing business in the community how important these tournaments are, not only to the hotels, but to the restaurants and a lot of the retail in the community and so on and so forth. There's, jobs on the line here for just about everybody. So I think, it's important to at least try to advance this or champion and see what we can make of it. Councillor Melnick, you had a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demoda, and I just want to make sure that we're talking about tournaments. So when we're talking about dressing rooms, we're talking about most likely Friday to Sunday. These dressing rooms are not meant to be used during the midweek for regular hockey activities. Is that what I'm hearing? Because that will make a difference for administration as to the, snow clearing, liability, heating. I envisioned when this came and I hear tournaments that we're concentrating on 3 to 4 days a week and not 7 days a week. Because heating those units in the middle of winter can be very expensive, and while the business community stepped up, I wish council, and I'm in supportive of this, but I just want to know the parameters of when we called it tournament, that it is actually tournament, and there's no expectation in the community that these are 7 days a week available for minor sports and for others.
I appreciate that question, Councillor Melnick. In our pro forma, we have budgeted for heating the facility 7 days a week. How the municipality would want to utilize those assets, I think would be their prerogative. So if, depending on the scheduling and that kind of thing, from a wage perspective, I understand that it might make sense to defer that, what I'll call the maintenance costs, clearing snow, to tournament play, and then not utilize that space, and therefore maintain a normal maintenance pattern during the week. For us, our priority is securing the tournament play. I think if the municipality wanted to utilize those assets during the regular week for youth and league play, then that would be fine by us. We're prepared to ensure the unit's heated, but the maintenance would be up to the municipality. I'm not sure if I was clear enough there.
No, thank you very much. And I wanted to be very clear that then these are not just tournament assets. These are 7-day-a-week assets for the duration of once we're able to get them open until we determine that they should leave being the end of April or whatever time. So just so everyone knows what we're talking and how administration can properly evaluate that $20,000 as it relates to maintenance.
Yeah, I thank you for your clarification there. Although this is a economically driven initiative, we completely acknowledge that hockey is part of the fabric of the community for families, and a portion of that economic return is the economic benefit for families to fundraise for their youth sports. And so we absolutely acknowledge that youth sports and adult recreational sports should be able to utilize the assets. And so with that in mind, the idea would be that these assets on a temporary basis would be, donated to the municipality to use as they see fit to be able to execute tournaments and any other recreational opportunities.
And thank you for that clarification. And I think it, enhances why we should be supporting this initiative.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demoda. To Mr. Jackson, I admit I know nothing about hockey. I've never been into a dressing room apart from going on a tour here. But so if there's no water facilities, then I presume the teams will come, get dressed in these facilities, go from there into the arena, come change, go back to their hotels. Is there a possibility that we could set up where they lace up their skates inside, where they can just wear their shoes into the arena, so that would down some of the risk, or that's not a possibility?
That could be an option, especially maybe for some of the younger players. I think it's common practice in hockey to lace up in the dressing room and then walk onto the ice, either with blades exposed or with skate guards on. And so I suspect the majority of players would lace up, put on guards in the dressing room, and then walk with guards until the boards, remove their guards, hand them to their coach, and then jump on the ice. However, for younger players, they might not do that. It might be a different process, but that's sort of how we envision that to work.
Thank you for that.
Great. Appreciate your questions, Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for bringing this to us today. I am in support as well. So I'm going to speak to a couple things, and I have a couple quick questions. As a hockey parent, coach, player myself, I've been all over the province, and I've experienced, we're talking about experience, many different types of arenas, from quonsets to walking outside to get into arenas. So I don't know that I don't see that as an issue. And as far as tournaments being canceled, we have historically had waiting lists. People want to come here. I wonder, administration, if we go forward with this and we have a 16 tournament, I don't think the multi-purpose hall is not being affected. So maybe that could be opened up during tournament time for extra places to eat. I know it's a bit tight in the lobby. My other question is, have you considered covering the walkways leading from the trailers into the building?
That was our original vision, to have actual sort of not full hoarding, but covering. I think that's still on the table. I'll say the commitments to the project from the business community, the financial commitments are still coming in. And so if that were the I'll just speak a bit more casually. If that were to be the straw to break the camel's back to not proceed with this project, I think we could facilitate coverings, because we absolutely acknowledge the liability and the risk in that regard. Yeah, I think that that could be on the table for sure. I think trying to read Councillor Wilson's mind here, that might create more complexity for permitting. If it's scaffolding, we talked about that as opposed to building just plywood coverings or other materials, but we definitely discussed it. This is not my area of expertise. That's why we brought Mr. Key on to help us with that process. But I think we have the commitment from the business community to finance something like that, if that were the impediment to a green light.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I played in a hockey tournament about 10 years ago in Clive, Alberta, and we changed in an outdoor that wasn't heated, walked through the parking lot to get into the arena. So this is not new in this province.
Well, as a skier, I'm really hoping for the scenario where we're like fighting snowfalls and clearing them daily. And honestly, we're going to get more snowfalls this year, and we are already responsible for clearing those sidewalks to a standard that limits our liability to the public, not just hockey players. So, like, as I picture it, if we go with option A, that sidewalk would be already needed to be cleared as daily, as well as any walkway to the building. So yes, it's probably a bit more work, but in my mind, if you have rubber matting over those sidewalks and you are also clearing them, it almost reduces the risk. I guess that follows into my question. I guess with option A, would we require that sidewalk along Pyramid Lake Road to be closed? Yeah.
I'm not sure we have determined the exact orientation of the pathway. It's vaguely along the sidewalk, but if there were concerns around public access versus tournament and player access, and when those needed to be separated, I think it would be possible to have a parallel, temporary boardwalk built to have the players walk along, because I do understand there would be snow, ice, gravel on the sidewalk if it were to be shared, and that would further complicate the potential liability. So I think we need to figure that out. I don't think we have, although I don't think we've confirmed the exact orientation of that access point, although I don't think that would be too difficult to determine.
Well, I appreciate that we're not going to think of everything, and there's a lot of stuff that, details that we might not have considered. I appreciate a lot of the questions that we've had today. I'm just hoping and encouraging that maybe a councillor has a motion ready to accept this presentation as information and to direct administration to continue working with Tourism Jasper to come up with some solutions for recovering some of the tournament loss for the upcoming winter hockey tournament season. Does that sound something like it's workable for administration?
I think from an administrative perspective, what would be appreciated is clear direction. Committee direct administration, work with the business community to implement the proposed external dressing rooms. So it's very clear that council had this discussion, considered the cost benefit analysis with the information that you have available to you today, and on balance decided to tell administration to do this, to implement this solution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Given. Appreciate you taking time out of your day. I know this is important for your shareholders, and I know that you're really busy, and I really appreciate the time that you're spending with us today, Mr. Jackson and Taylor. Alex? Tyler, I'm sorry about that. We haven't formally met yet, I don't think so. Councillor Wilson.
Well, I'm looking around to see if anybody else is preparing a motion. Okay, I'll defer to Councillor Nolan.
Do you have a motion ready? Or if not,
I do, I can make the motion and then we can discuss whether or not to be amended by friendly amendment. So I would move that committee accept the presentation for information and that committee direct administration to continue to pursue in collaboration with Tourism Jasper the refinement and implementation of an operational plan to permit the hosting of tournaments for the 2023-2024 hockey season. So different a little bit from what Mr. Gibbons suggested, because I'm not sure that we have actually seen the plan to be implemented. So I want to give some flexibility to refine that plan so that it makes operational sense, but then to implement it, which is the intent. Because the request was to permit the hosting of hockey tournaments, which is what drives presentation, I have so far restricted the motion to permit the hosting of tournaments. If council wants to expand the use of the dressing rooms, which might be apparent, it seems to me that's on us, not on the applicant. They said we want a return of tournaments, and here's what we're putting on the table. And if those assets are accepted, then we can use them as we choose. But I'm not sure that I want to put that on the applicant. I mean, that's a choice that certainly we can make, and we could give a separate direction to administration with respect to recreational and youth hockey, but that wasn't the request. I understand why we might want to consider it, but I don't want to saddle Tourism Jasper with having made that request, because there will be additional costs for sure if we have to heat and maintain those facilities for 7 days a week as opposed to, say, a weekend tournament.
Mr. Gibbon would like to respond, and so would Mr. Jackson, so I'll do that in tandem.
Absolutely. Just one thing, I guess, to be clear, maybe wasn't earlier in the discussion. The plan that's proposed with the 2 external trailers providing 4 change rooms would mean that administration wouldn't advance building additional change rooms inside the facility. We had, I think, informed council that we considered building additional temporary change room somewhere inside the facility. Under that plan, we would have had referees change room inside the facility, dressing room 5 inside the facility, and a new temporary dressing room inside the facility. So for weekday practices where you have more than 1 team coming through, or for league play, where you have 2 teams that need dressing rooms, we would only have dressing room 5 inside the facility. And so we would likely need to use at least one of the external dressing rooms to be able to support a league game that happens on a Wednesday or a Thursday. And I don't really know how many of those happen. But even for practices where you have 2 teams coming in, one behind the other of different age groups, we likely would need 2 dressing rooms. And so if we went with this plan, then administration wouldn't expend our efforts and financial resources of the municipality on building internal dressing rooms. We'd dedicate that to supporting the external dressing room plan, because that space would be able to be, with the assumption and really the need to use that external space to support all other operations of the facility. So to be clear, I don't think there really is it would be very challenging to run Monday to Thursday practices and games without using, I actually don't know that it would be possible to run Monday to Thursday, Sunday to Thursday games or practices without using the external spaces, because we'd be putting our effort into supporting this rather than building internal spaces.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Just one quick point of clarity for the mayor's comments. The presumed expense on the municipality would not include heating of the venues. That has been a cost that we've built into the pro forma. That might be the I think it was $15,000 in propane heating that would be filled up and maintained every week. That's included sort of with the facility. So the expectation of funding, and I know this wasn't extremely clear in the budget, but whatever it costs to clean and ensure that the assets are safe would be borne by the municipality. So wages and minor maintenance expenses, cleaning materials and that kind of thing would be the assumed costs that would fall on the municipality. None of the what I'll call capital and ongoing heating of the trailers.
All right, thank you. With some of those conversations, you know, I started contemplating whether there could be some quick access to grants or funding from the province or the federal government for sport or something like that. I'm not sure. I think off the top of your head. And the other is with the comments that you made, Mr. Given, if I may, would the potential for external dressing rooms expedite construction within the facility for the project if we're not going to be working around the dressing rooms that were potentially planned to be used internally?
No, I don't think it'll have any particular impact on the construction schedule.
All right, thank you. Well, for me, you know what, I appreciate the mayor's motion and I'm trying to think, you know, using my three filters, like, is this good for the community as a whole? I think so. What are the costs? Well, we know some of them, you know, and there's not only the fiscal ones, but the social ramifications as well, whether we go ahead or we don't. And then is it the right thing to do? So I think I'm convinced right now on all three, at least to champion this and see what comes out of it. Let's see what it takes to get those boxes outside the box and on the ground. So we have a motion. Does everybody understand it? Are there any friendly amendments that anyone wants to make? I would propose if we would like to use that locally for other things that can come later. Your worship, you want to add something?
Well, if I might be permitted to make a friendly amendment to my own motion, having that discussion, and I appreciate the comments from Mr. Given that if we go with the plan to have these boxes on the street as dressing rooms, then we won't proceed with internal dressing rooms, and that does change the configuration entirely, because then without the outside boxes, we won't be able to accommodate local use. So again, if I am permitted to do so, I would change the motion, the second part of the motion, to direct administration to continue to pursue in collaboration with tourism, Jasper, the refinement and development, and implementation of an operational plan to enhance the local hockey experience, including the hosting of tournaments for the 2023-2024 hockey season.
And that's clear enough directive? All right. Go ahead. Councillor Miller.
Hearing and knowing that we had a plan within the activity center, I just want to clarify with administration that while we're not doing the dressing rooms for two teams, would we still do a dressing room for the refs, or how will they be accommodated?
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Demota. So under this configuration, we'd have 4 external dressing rooms, 1 internal dressing room, and so we would not be building any additional internal ones. We'd have to either dedicate one of those dressing rooms as a refs room, or identify other existing space to be able to use for reference room.
Thank you for that clarity, and I hope that helps. I see Councillor Hall has a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Typically, dressing room 5 is dedicated for female hockey players. Would there be consideration for them?
So at this time, the operations team and sort of under the previous concept or plan where we're going to build one team dressing room inside the lobby and one officials dressing room inside the lobby, and make use of dressing room 5. The space for a changing area for female players on co-ed teams would be a temporary space established underneath the bleachers. So again, not ideal, and certainly not the level of equity that we would like to be able to deliver. Again, understanding that this is all in service of a situation that will be much, much better next year. So in terms of the level of fit and finish and the way that female players on co-ed teams would have been treated under this plan or under, the existing sort of 2 change room plan, it's not going to be ideal, but the administration has considered that.
Are there any other questions for clarifications or amendments to be made to the motion? Does everyone understand the motion? All right. I'm going to call it. All in favor? Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you again for coming today, and it's nice to have some extra participation here. I appreciate that we have more of an audience today as well.
Well, just in closing, I very much appreciate the discussion. I know it was last minute, and there are a lot of details to be confirmed, one of which you just discussed. But I think the takeaway here is that there is an above and beyond amount of collaboration happening between the municipality and the business sector and Tourism Jasper, and we just really, really appreciate that. So thank you very much for today. Thanks.
Great. Okay, I appreciate that. And as we're still on the topic of delegations here, and these were the 2 formal submissions. We do have other people in the gallery today. Is anyone else interested in coming forward while we're here? No? Okay, well, thank you for being here. All right, well, I think we can go to, now that we're done with number 5, we can move to correspondence number 6 on the agenda. Do we have anything formal to present? All right, we have, to our knowledge, no correspondence to deal with today. So I'm going to suggest at this point in time, usually I do an hour and a half, but I think to regather our attention here and take a little bit of a personal break, come back in 10 minutes. So let's just call it at 10:02. So it's 10:40 now. We'll come back at 10. All right. I did say that there was no correspondence, but I received this great little card from a member of the Jasper Artists Guild that communicated with at one of our community conversations. And I think a lot of good things come out of those. And that person was asking me if I could direct them to a local electrician to help them out with some of the wiring in the facility next door, and went on to express some of the initiatives that they were taking. And he came forward to let us know that they received a grant to help digitize their inventory and point of sale systems, and they're still working on their bylaws, but it was really nice to receive a handwritten card with some artwork on there. So I was going to share that with the rest of council. So that was some correspondence that we received. So that's great. Moving on with our agenda, we're at item 7. We were supposed to start with 7.1, but the person that was going to be addressing council has an emergent meeting to deal with, so we're going to move that to after 7.7 or 7.8, so we can move straight into 7.2, the active transportation feasibility study. Is administration ready for that? We can move there. Okay. Then I will open that and my to you, Mr. Evan or Ms. Ardell.
Ms. Ardell, our community development manager, is going to be presenting the report as she led the feasibility study, and I think she's all set and ready to go.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Deputy Mayor Demota and Council. The report you have in front of you is regarding the active transportation feasibility study. So going off the transportation master plan, the number one priority was cycling infrastructure. This was in 2018. And then one of council's strategic priorities is to increase opportunities for active transportation and transportation alternatives. So in 2022, we applied for a grant from Infrastructure Canada's Active Transportation Fund. And we contracted Associated Engineering to help us conduct feasibility analysis of basically an on-street bicycle network. The final report is linked here, and I do apologize if anyone had issues viewing the report. I know there were some kind of issues here and there with how the pages were showing up, but I think it's working now. The report goes through the process used to assess the feasibility of an on-street bicycle network for Jasper, and really looks at two different options, and then those options were weighed against several criteria with a team from administration, just to look at different criteria. So you can see the report there. And essentially the feasibility studies identifies a number of physical improvements that can be made to support active transportation. And it just kind of paints a picture of what this could look like in Jasper. The recommendations in the report, of course, need to be checked against other considerations like cost, legislative requirements, and operational impact. And in reviewing the final report, we also identified a number of other items that have come forward to council recently related to transportation. Also thinking that with the transportation master plan being from 2018, there's also been significant change in the community. And so wanting to kind of take that into account, we can see from the work done together with Associated Engineering that it is feasible to make an active transportation network in town. And from this point, it is important to consider how this intersects with other work happening around the topic of transportation. So there's several items on council's motion action list related to transportation, including so the safety concerns that cannot drive crosswalks, bus parking zone by First Street and Patricia Street. And then of course, even today, this recent motion to refer the matter of considering a three-way stop at Geeky and Hazel. So several items coming up, and that's in addition to the recent launch of transit. So due to the overlapping nature of these, we're recommending updating the transportation master plan, including considerable public engagement. We feel like the active transportation feasibility study will serve as a really important input to inform the development of an updated TMP for Jasper. Definite inclusion considerations with this topic is many residents don't own a vehicle. And so anything we can do towards active transportation or alternative transportation does assist us in our commitment towards equity, diversity, and inclusion. And it's related to several of council's strategic priorities. So financially, the costs associated with updating the TMP are not included in the 2024 operating budget as is. And I am available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ardell. Does anyone on council have any questions or observations? Well, I appreciate the time and effort. I think Mayor Ireland would like to interject, say something.
Oh, all right, thank you. I will, thank you. Deputy Mayor. Well, I thank you for the report, Mr. Dell. I have a number of observations about the feasibility study. But I'm not sure that we need to do a deep dive into that right now, given the recommendation. What concerns me, though, primarily with respect to the recommendation, is the suggestion that we incorporate findings of the feasibility study into the transportation master plan. And I don't know what that means, because I don't read that feasibility study as a collection of findings. There are some options presented. There's perhaps some suggestions and recommendations, but what would it possibly mean to incorporate the findings of the feasibility study into the transportation master plan? And I'm a bit baffled. But despite my bafflement, it seems to me that there are some suggestions in the feasibility study that are worthy of action now rather than just waiting. And I'm not sure how we advance those, but there is discussion about cycling infrastructure. Included in that is bicycle racks. And it seems to me that we don't need a fully blown transportation master plan to start getting more bike racks in this town. It just, why don't we do that? We're trying to encourage biking, but we don't leave many options to park bikes. We can start with that initially, rather than waiting to incorporate one study into another study at some future date. Similarly, when we talk about cycling infrastructure, there is a suggestion that we change the infrastructure we have. My view is that we could make better utilization of existing infrastructure to accommodate cycling. I've suggested previously in committee that we should potentially consider allowing cycling on residential sidewalks in the winter months. I mean, one of the impediments to cycling is that the roads, when they get snowy, it's dangerous out there, but we require people to shovel their sidewalks. Kids could be biking to school on sidewalks. And we could configure a change to the bylaw to recognize that pedestrians have priority in right of way. But if there was a better surface, which is a clean sidewalk, which already exists, I think we could facilitate more cycling in our community with existing infrastructure as we consider some of these broader plans to reconfigure the entire streetscape and intersections and everything outside. I'm struggling with how we advance active transportation more immediately and what it means to incorporate findings in a report, which I think is not strong on findings, but does contain lots of useful information and suggestions. So I leave that for administration.
Deputy Mayor Demota, for Mayor Ireland. I think first on findings, if council thought that findings was too heavy, a motion could be incorporate the report as a input into an update to the transportation master plan. Because really this is work that is background, could serve as important and relevant and recent background information to a transportation master plan update. So really this is saying the last time we looked at some of these issues in any sort of comprehensive manner was in the 2018 transportation master plan, which had some similar recommendations. And in fact, actually, we've done a number of things, addressed a number of the things that showed up in the 2018 transportation master plan. And so if the municipality moves forward with a transportation master plan update, we would be able to inform that process using more recent information. So this is an informational input so that if and when we do a transportation master plan update, we don't have to redo this work. It's happened, it was grant funded, and that's great input. And if findings is too heavy a word, I think that's probably fair because there's not specific recommendations necessarily, or but this can serve as an input into any future process. specifically to cycling, the other cycling options that Mayor Ireland raised. The procurement of bike racks is a simple operational matter. If council wants to give administration motion to bring forward recommendation to the 2024 budget on capital purchase of additional bike racks for distribution across the municipality. Absolutely, they're a movable object, not a big deal to do, and certainly don't need a lot of study to do. It really is, if council says we don't have enough bike racks, we want more, administration should bring us forward some recommendations on how many dollars more means. We're happy to do that, and that's no problem. We can do that independent of any other further study. And on the operational consideration about where people are allowed to ride, again, that's the type of question that maybe has a few different elements to it that might be worthy of independent review outside of a transportation master plan, and could be referred to administration for follow-up. I think the overriding point here is that we had the benefit of external grant funding that enabled us to bring in consultants to look at one slice of getting, one narrow sort of focus of getting around Jasper. It developed some, again, new relevant and information that we can use as an input to connect with other items that are new and have changed over time, so that we can do a comprehensive approach. So it doesn't mean that we can't do anything sooner, particularly those items that are, if you're not talking about a fixed object, if council wants us to buy more bike racks, that's actually pretty straightforward direction. If there are interim operational things, such as where people can ride bikes, then that's something administration will try to report on. But I think the essence of the question is, what is the status of this information? And administration didn't want to come forward today saying we should do all the things that are identified in this report, because many of them, particularly we talk about physical changes, have other implications and connect to other issues. And as council has seen recently, even this morning, residents have opinions, and there are different needs that are arising around transportation. And so administration's advice is that we should deal with those in a holistic manner, or bring together all those issues. And the active transportation study that's in front of you today serve as an important and useful input into that kind of work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kimmon. One observation just on the surface, and I'm not sure if the engineering company was made aware of all the use of BAF photos in the background of the study, even on the cover. Aside from all the local photographs that were used specifically for our streets, like a lot of the information here is, or the photographs are used with BAF settings in the background. I was just wondering if councillors dove as deep as to look at some of the traffic study. I was quite shocked to see the average speed of vehicles on Connaught Drive, and even with the 30 kilometers in place. And I brought it up several times in the community, and how safe our streets actually are for particularly kids that are riding around. Most of them, the younger ones, have helmets and they're on the sidewalks. That's what we like to hope. But I'm just wondering, Ms. Riddell, do you know if that information was retrieved from the signs that we have, like the traffic monitors that encourage people to slow down, the flashing 30 signs? Is that where that information gets recorded, or do they have different implements to record those speeds in the community?
Thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor Demota. I am not aware of the exact way in which the speed was recorded, but I do know that the information was provided to Associated Engineering by our operations department. So it is recent data, but in terms of how it was obtained, I would need to ask. Thank you.
That's quite shocking, right? Any other observations or requests? Administration? All right, is there a motion that anybody would like to put forward as a matter of receiving this? Councillor Wilson.
I would make the motion the committee receive the feasibility study for information and direct administration to incorporate its findings into an update to the transportation master plan.
Is everyone comfortable with that? Your worship?
I would ask Councillor Wilson just to repeat that motion. To incorporate which into,
The feasibility study.
sorry, could you just
Yeah.
read the motion, please?
Okay, that committee receive the active transportation feasibility study for information and direct administration to incorporate its findings into an update to the transportation master plan.
So if I can speak to that motion, that is my concern, that I don't think that the feasibility study actually has findings, and if it does, I'm not sure that I want to incorporate them into the transportation master plan. I don't know what that actually means, because I struggle to find what the findings are. There's a bunch of recommendations, but there is wholesale change of our streetscape if we incorporate that feasibility study as part of our transportation master plan. So I'm quite content to receive the feasibility study for information and have administration use it as a reference document. But in the development of an update to the transportation master plan. But I'm not prepared to say incorporate the findings because I have no idea where that leads us.
Well, I'm putting my hand on it. I was just gonna say, is there an opportunity to maybe add this as information, background information to the master plan itself as opposed to incorporating it?
I think absolutely, it can be a reference document.
Yeah.
You can refer to it as we update the transportation master plan. I mean, there is some really useful information. You mentioned speeds, and there's suggestions for reconfiguring intersections and stuff, but there's also really extensive proposals for reconfiguration of.
Yeah, and I wouldn't suggest to commit to that. So if that's what it's suggesting to update the transportation master plan, which I don't think it is, because there again, in the transportation master plan, there's many things that we're not committed to. If we haven't done them, right? So like as I think as Mr. Gibbon was suggesting is that in 2018, we have a transportation master plan, things we could be doing, but we haven't done them all. And we're not forced to do them because they're in the transportation master plan. It's just a plan that we work off of, I guess. So yeah, am I wrong?
Are you offering a friendly amendment to Councillor Wilson's motion? Something in regards to,
If you can give me a moment to configure some wording, it is the words to incorporate its findings that trouble me. Because that is a step way too far at this stage.
Incorporate me, but not act upon all the findings.
well, how about if we incorporate as an appendix more information to the transportation master plan, something to that effect? Councillor Keller, and
I just like to ask a question. So the 28 master plan, if we go back and redo it, we would do engagement with our business community and residents, to get their input. Is that correct?
Deputy Mayor Demoda, for Councillor Kelleher, yes, that's exactly right. So doing a transportation master plan, really requires a high level of public engagement because there are so many on our public pathways and streets. And, you know, when we're talking about the movement of people and vehicles through the town site, there are a whole bunch of different priorities and sometimes conflicting priorities. And so any of that, all of that will require significant discussion to ensure that people, businesses, and other users of our spaces have an opportunity to give their opinion, provide input, and that we can ensure that the plan is informed based on their perspectives and expertise. And so that's, you know, in this type of comprehensive planning exercise, public engagement is a very major portion. And then you marry that with technical professional expertise to say, okay, so this is what people said, and here's, you know, how much concrete you require in order to do those things, and here's how you prioritize them. So yes, public engagement would be a major feature, and public engagement meaning individuals, businesses, other stakeholders such as Parks Canada, the RCMP, and that's why administration is recommending that this is something that needs to be discussed at budget. It is not doing a transportation master plan update is not likely a $10,000 job. You know, we will look to check market conditions and have advice for your budget, but it is something that we think is significant enough that should be discussed specifically in budget.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
I personally think that the costs in that area of the document are going to be a little understated from our recent experience with projects in the community. So I appreciate that information was based on something, but a lot of the times there are other factors that aren't considered, and I think that some of those will be considerably amplified. And I'm hoping down the road that we still talk about, and this is just a personal thing, on utilizing some of that space on Cannot Drive, like the 4 lanes, if down the road, if that's actually going to be necessary for our community. It does seem so in July and August most of the time, but I think we have an opportunity to address some lanes there for active transportation. Are we looking?
If I may suggest to Councillor Wilson, what I would propose as a friendly amendment to the second part of your motion, and rather than to direct administration to incorporate its findings into an update to the transportation master plan, to say to direct administration to use the study as a reference document in the update of the transportation master plan. So they can refer to it. There's lots of good information, but I don't want to incorporate findings which I don't understand.
Well, I appreciate you getting the ball rolling on this, Councillor Wilson. And are you able to accept that friendly amendment? I am, thank you. Administration, you have the motion recorded. Everybody understands the motion? The mayor just read? Okay, I'm going to call it. All in favor? All right, none opposed, that's carried. Thank you for that. Your worship.
There was a second recommendation, which I wasn't sure that Councillor Wilson covered in his motion, and that is that committee direct administration to identify the resources required to update the transportation master plan in the 2024 budget. And I would say, I would add to that, and to include the cost of additional bike racks.
So, are you putting that motion forward? Okay. Any questions from council? Any debate? Call the question. All in favor? Unopposed? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Riddell. Okay. Your worship.
Before we move to the next agenda item, I wonder whether generally speaking, there is any appetite on council to direct administration to consider amendments to our bylaw, which would permit seasonal biking on residential sidewalks. Again, I know I brought this up in the spring, and even with a fat bike, there are days when it is too treacherous. I find it too treacherous for me to bike on our streets to get to work. I could ride on shovel sidewalks, but I'm prevented by the bylaw from doing that. Kids trying to get to school might be prepared to ride a bike in the winter. Typically, they might not have fat bikes, so the skinnier tires need pavement under them more often. They could potentially ride to school. People could ride for 4 seasons in this town if we reconfigured the rules pertaining to the use of our existing assets. And I'm not looking for a free-for-all where our seniors are run over by kids racing around on bikes and sidewalks, but there must be ways that we can use existing infrastructure to better enable people to ride bikes 4 seasons, and that would be one way to do it. So if there is an appetite, we could consider changes to our existing bylaw. You'll see in the transportation study that, or the feasibility study, reference to the fact that other communities allow cyclists up to 12, and I think we only allow them up to 10, but these are all discretionary things that are in the hands of council. And if we wanted, or even if we just said for kids to bike to school, they could use a sidewalk up to whatever age, just to encourage people to get on their bikes. But if there's no appetite to reconsider the bylaw, then I will end there.
I think what you're saying is great. And, just to even think about how we would implement that, I know that operations is coming forward with some enhanced sidewalk clearing in the community, and there's going to be some cost attributed to that. I would also like to, on that note, revisit the tire program that we had, and I knew that came from some funding that was available from the province. But I think if we're going into budget discussions, unfortunately, by the time we just start discussing it and then the implementation doesn't start potentially till the new year of the new budget, consider some options to promote more active transportation and other seasons. And I think that studded tire program was really good for the small time that we had it. And I'd like to expand on that and maybe have it every other year. And it might not be necessary to have every year, but definitely worth considering if that's council's desire to do so as well. We might have another week or two to bring that up. Councillor Keller.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Delotta. And I do understand where you're coming from, Mayor Arlen, but I do have great concerns about our seniors. Like, I live on a street and it's one way, but there's younger kids on our pavement all the time coming down. There's quite a few seniors. And when they're coming out the gates, the kids don't see them. I could see it, when we go down Canard and we pass the train station, it's divided, it's a larger pavement, and you see people walking, you see people biking. But down in our neighborhoods, a lot of our sidewalks are quite narrow, and we have quite a few active seniors that walk in winter, especially down my area. There's the grocery stores and all of that, and I just worry that some of our seniors will get hurt. And it's not going to be the person biking, but the other thing that worries me are people going to start using their scooters then, because they can go down and they go top speeds on them. So I think it's a huge safety issue, and that's why I'm not in favor.
Well, I appreciate the discussion, and of course, this would have to come to some public consultation because, you know, we all live in different areas and we all have our own circles of influence and discussion with community members. And I think although I like the concept, because again, we're thinking outside the box to have some solutions in the community to add to the feasibility study. And promote, you know, active transportation in the colder months. I think it's worth exploring and having discussion regardless. Councillor Wilson and then Councillor Hall.
Yeah, I know. I was just appreciative what Councillor Keller was saying, but yeah, I'm open to having the conversation. I think that, you know, we're not gonna. It's not really a topic today, but I do support Mayor Ireland's suggestion that we open up the conversation and we discuss the policy at a later date.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I also too would like to explore that conversation, as I do have an appetite to expand our winter cycling program. It doesn't have to be every sidewalk. It could be the ones that go along the proposed routes in the study, like the Num Street or Geeky or Connaught. There could be some allowance for riding on the sidewalk because it is much safer than riding when it's slippery underneath and all the snow is really thick and cars have driven. It just pushes the snow to the side, so it does get quite slippery. My biggest appetite though is for creating a proper winter cycling network, but in the time being, I think that wouldn't have to be on the narrow sidewalks in the residential area. It could just be on the main roads that people get to work and to school.
Thank you. All right. I think that was before we move on, and I think if we want to bring that forward to budget discussion, just get your stuff ready, and I'll try to explore my studded tire thing with maybe another councillor or two and see what we can come up with, if there's even anything there. I don't want to keep adding to administration's plate. But if there is opportunities to improve our promotion of active transportation in the winter months as well, I think that's worth trying to achieve. If we're finished with 7.4, I'd like to move to 7.3, which is the recreation access policy. Mr. Given, I'll start off with you. There you go.
Sorry, just before we move on from that, I was wondering if Mayor Ireland did want to make. No, okay.
I think he would have interrupted me and made sure. All right, Mr. Given, go ahead, please.
Well, and very briefly, Deputy Mayor Demota, again, to hand off to Lisa, who's handling the recreation access program on behalf of the community development team. She's worked with our folks on the rec side of the facility, and we've collectively come forward with the policy that you see in front of you. So I'll leave it to Lisa to highlight the sections of the policy.
Thank you. So Deputy Mayor Demota and all of council, there's a report here on the recreation access policy. This was where it came from. Is that April 18th committee meeting. Council received a request from the Jasper Senior Society. The request was to extend free passes to municipal recreation facilities for residents 75 and older. And council granted that request and directed administration to return to a future committee meeting with a draft free recreation access policy. We've just called it the recreation access policy in the draft. So the attached draft you see in front of you, it describes municipalities' commitment to reducing and removing financial barriers to accessing municipal recreation through what we're calling a recreation access program. The policy outlines which facilities it applies to and how individual Jasperites of any age can gain access to these facilities. And something to note is that the policy does not cover how the municipality might enter into a relationship with an external group by way of providing like a free pass. An example is how the hockey referees get free passes to recreation as a thank you. That's a way that we engage with an external group, Jasper Minor Sports. So that's covered under a different policy, F104. So the draft policy attached also references a draft behavior municipal facilities policy, which I realize you haven't seen yet as it's the next item on the agenda, but you can see how these two items really overlap and relate to each other. So in the policy, you'll see also reporting the data that will be collected and gathered and reported to council as part of that program. So inclusion wise, this is a huge way that we can remove barriers to all Jasper residents participating in healthy, balanced lifestyle options. And you'll notice that in none of the criteria are we using income as an indicator. And we just ask that adults who are connected to an outreach worker are then able to gain access to the facilities. That's just recognizing that challenges people might be facing are complex and not singular, and using only income wouldn't really make sense in this situation. So strategically, it aligns with several of council's strategic priorities under community health, and all costs associated are within the 2023 operating budget. The draft policy is on the following page, 2 pages, and I'm available to do my best to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. So the idea today is if we were going to forward this, it would be to council decision coming up next week, correct? Hey, Councillor Wilson, you had something to add?
You suggested it's removing barriers, but not financial. What barriers are we removing if not financial when it's a free pass to? Because I know that we already offer this service to individuals who do have financial constraints. So we are already removing that barrier. So what other barriers would this be removing?
Thanks for the question. So Deputy Mayor Demota through to Councillor Wilson, just to clarify, this is the request from council to sort of formalize sort of what we're already doing. We are already granting access to recreation facilities for children and youth under 18, adults who are connected to an outreach worker at cost, and now seniors over the age of 75. And you're right, the main barrier that we're removing here is a financial barrier. I might have been confusing a little bit when I mentioned that we won't use income as a qualifier for this program. And so we're not going to check somebody's income in order to qualify for this. You just have to be a resident of Jasper and you can apply and qualify for this program.
Deputy Mayor Demota, for a little more specificity. So the intent here, so council will remember that we've had a couple of discussions on this item. Council approved the free recreation access for seniors 75 and over. That was specific council direction. And at that time we said, well, and there has been a historic council direction that's never really been recorded anywhere, but there's an existing program, we'll call it, where youth in the community get free recreation access as well under certain age. I think council in the community are generally aware of that, but it had never actually been sort of put down in black and white in the form of policy. So we now had 2 identifiable groups of people, classes of people that are getting free recreation access. And so the intent of the policy is to start to pull that together to say, why are we doing this? Who qualifies, and make it again literally in black and white, so that council can see that. A future council can update that or change it, and administration obviously will act according to it. The policy does specifically say that we will work to remove financial barriers for these identified groups, and as Ms. Riddell said, there is not a requirement for any of these identified groups to further prove financial need, right? The basis that council gave direction to provide free recreation access for seniors was based on age. So they wouldn't need to prove their age, that they're 75 years or older, but they wouldn't need to prove, so they can be It can be a senior that is very well off and they still get free recreation access as long as they're over 75, or they can be a senior that's on more modest, income and means, and they still get the same benefits. So because council hasn't told us that income testing and financial means should be a qualifying criteria. The benefit of having this put together on a policy is that if that's something council wanted to do, you could say so. Council could say, well, no, we don't want to just say that it's any resident, that age is the only residency and age are the only qualifying criteria. We wanted to make sure that people that can afford to pay, Jasper residents that can afford to pay do pay. You could theoretically say that. You haven't given us that direction to this stage. And you could do so by amending the identified groups, which is the benefit of having this in a policy, because it is council's policy to amend and change as you see fit, and administration will act accordingly. This strengthens the municipality's approach and makes it more consistent, and ensures that every future council will have an opportunity to address this issue, rather than something like the youth recreation access. I think that the decision making on it has maybe been lost to the sands of time. I don't know if in the minutes we might be able to find a motion that gave that, a clarity of direction. But there certainly wasn't an opportunity for any future council to say, well, do we want to continue to do this? Right. And so having that in policy allows council to do that on a regular basis. And as council knows, we now have a policy that says that all of our policies need to be reviewed every 4 years. So these types of programs that might qualify will get that regular review by council. So the cycling way back, I think the reference was that as administration, we're not going to ask people how much they make based on the policy that's in front of you today.
Thank you. I'm also hoping that for the 75 plus residents that we have in the community would promote an uptick, but I would like to see a follow-up in a year from implementation on whether, the costs associated with revenue probably won't be huge, but I'm assuming that there will be a change, and I'm just wondering which direction that's going to go. If people are actually interested, or that will promote some greater activity. But I also do appreciate the thank you aspect of that whole initiative. I saw Councillor Waxer had her hand up.
Thank you, and through you to administration. I had a couple of thoughts in reading the proposed policy, draft policy. One was that I would recommend looking at the little chart that talks about resident adults, and the additional qualification requirements are that adults need to be connected to community outreach services. I think I would change the wording there on recommendation, like community outreach services, because many people are connected to the community outreach services, and I don't think we should just assume that a connection to outreach would necessarily provide a free pass. And the way it's worded, I think people could interpret it that way. So I thought on recommendation might resolve that. And my other comment was just under that box, it says the municipality may also enter into an agreement. I wondered if we change that to the municipality may also enter into individual agreements with external groups, and take off the individual basis at the end. I found that confusing when I read it. I read it over several times, and I thought that would make it more clear. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And are you inclined to move that?
I don't know if it needs, but it would need.
Deputy Mayor Demota, so what I think I heard in the table under the additional qualification requirements for resident adults, an amendment that would say adults must be referred by community outreach services. Again, how do you prove that you're connected? Well, community outreach services refers you. And so that would be the one amendment. And the other one that I think I heard, and Councillor Waxer, if this makes sense, municipality, in this paragraph below the table, municipality may also enter into an agreement with an external group to offer reduced cost or no cost access to recreation facilities on a case-by-case basis. But so replacing the word individual, which we're talking about groups, and then we talk about individual.
Yeah.
So what we're really talking about is we can enter into agreements with groups on a case-by-case basis, and those relationships will be covered under the standards of policy at 104. So just replacing individual with case-by-case, I think gets rid of that. Are we talking about groups or are we talking about individuals?
I found my brain was going back and forth. I'm sure about what that was saying.
Well, I certainly appreciate the depth and that review. Mr. Mayor, you have something to add?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor DeMota. On that point in particular, I thank Councillor Waxer. I struggled with this last night, but I was satisfied that I got the gist, so I left it alone. But if it's going to change, I would suggest the municipality may also enter into agreements with external groups on a case-by-case basis, rather than an agreement with an external group. That's not what it's really intended. So I was more interested though in her comments about that portion in the graph, or whatever that's called, the bar, particularly with the asterisk. So there is, in fact, there's an asterisk there, but there is no place where you go and see what the asterisk means unless it's just the definition of community outreach services. But it seems troubling to me in any event, particularly when the definition of community outreach services emphasizes the fact of confidentiality. And so if they're going to be referred for free pass, there goes the confidentiality. So I'm not sure how that is expected to work, but I do appreciate your comment that there should be a recommendation somehow from community outreach services, and it's not everybody who's connected that necessarily gets a pass. I appreciate that observation. But on the other hand, if there is an intent to retain confidentiality, then maybe community outreach services acquires passes and gives them out or something. I'm not quite sure how that would roll out, but there's an issue there, seems to me. And then finally, my other comment on this is the name. I appreciate that it changed a little bit, but it seems to me it's a recreation facilities access policy. It's not recreation. So, I mean, there might be a cost to engage in the recreation that has nothing to do with the facility. So this is a facility access policy.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Ireland. Mr. Dell, you wanted to comment on something here?
Certainly. So Deputy Mayor DeMota, through to your worship, if there's a question around confidentiality and community outreach services, it is something that community outreach services already addresses through their own internal policies around confidentiality. And so in working with clients, should the increased access to recreation through municipal facilities be identified as something that would really help with somebody, then the client is very well aware of the process there. They have to sign a confidentiality agreement, giving cost permission to liaise, I guess it is internally, with another municipal department to have their name added to a pass list. And already there's lots of controls in place to really make sure that everyone understands the sensitive nature of the information and the intent of the program to bolster well-being. So that's why confidentiality is still in the definition, to assure the public that COS is a confidential service and that we take confidentiality very seriously.
Thank you for that. So again, I think some of the suggested amendments would come forward next week, and then we would have the revised policy in front of us if administration understands clearly what those edits are. And if we recommend this to go forward to council for next week, because that's what the recommendation is here today. Go forward with that. Now, Mr. Eva, do you have some clarity on some of the discussion here?
So I can, I believe so, Deputy Mayor Demota, and I can just report what I would have. So if council wanted to make a motion that the committee recommend council adopt the draft recreation access policy incorporating the amendments as discussed. And I'll repeat what I would say I heard discussed today. I believe I heard a suggestion from the mayor that the policy should be retitled the Recreation Facility Access Policy. In the table under identified groups, that the asterisk should be removed from resident adults, and that the statement under those additional qualifications for resident adults should be adults must be referred by community outreach services. In the paragraph underneath the table for identified groups, the change would be for it to read, the municipality may also enter into agreements with external groups to offer reduced cost or no cost access to recreation facilities on a case-by-case basis. And I believe that's the total of the discussion that I heard from both Mayor Ireland, Councillor Waxer, and others. So if council is comfortable that administration heard you correctly, then I think we would be comfortable, that motion would be appropriate saying as discussed, because I just told you what I think I heard.
Well, that's good, and that's exactly what I intended. So because we had different people speaking to that, so I'm glad you have that recorded. And then assuming that this gets moved forward, it'll come back again next week, and if it's to our satisfaction, we can go ahead and move that. Councillor Waxer.
One other possible thought I had was under standards. I was a little bit concerned as I read it, that it sounds a little bit judgy, but I thought if it was that all residents who receive a pass are expected to follow behavior. I wondered are also subject to the behavior and municipal facilities policy requirements, or I just thought that way it's clear that that people who receive passes may be asked to leave, even if they have a free pass, may be asked to leave if their behavior is poor, or if that everyone who enters the recreation or the municipal facilities is subject to that. I think expected to follow sounds less, I just thought it sounds less, it sounds quite judgy. In some ways, I think it would be better is subject to the policies, or subject to what's in the municipal facilities policy.
Thank you. Fellow councillors, are you okay with what Councillor Waxer is discussing for a change? All right. It's a good point to address. And are you comfortable with addressing that address? Thank you. All right. So if everybody understands the amendments and the recommendations for the recommendation going to council for next week, if I have to remove myself or recuse or ask to step aside and get the mayor to chair for a moment, I could forward this motion unless someone wants to do it. Thank you, Councillor Waxer.
The committee recommend council adopt the amended draft recreation access policy.
All right, that sounds good to everybody. All right, I'll call the motion. All in favor? None opposed? That motion's carried. I appreciate we're getting close to what we would consider a break for lunch. So because we can segue into the behavior in municipal facilities policy, I suggest that we'll deal with that and then discuss a brief break for lunch and then come back and move into early learning, just so that we can help others who may be waiting take off a bit early. Okay. So that moves us to 7.4 behavior in municipal facilities policy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demoda and all council. The report in front of you is the behavior in municipal facilities policy, along with the draft policy. So at the March 21st regular meeting, council received correspondence regarding the Jasper Hockey League conduct for information and directed administration to come back to a future committee meeting with recommendations. So in August, administration returned with a review of policies, codes of conduct, etc., from other municipalities. And committee at that time directed administration to return with a draft code of conduct in municipal facilities policy written in plain language for review. So the attached draft policy, we did in the process rename it behavior in municipal facilities in an effort just to use more plain language. It describes the municipality's commitment to setting clear expectations for behavior within all municipal facilities, builds upon the work to date, and just sets out that policy level direction for future efforts. This would formalize the municipality's commitment to keeping municipal facilities safe, accessible, and welcoming through really clear expectations regarding behavior. And it applies to all members of the public inside of a municipal facility, including participants at sporting events. Inclusion-wise, anything we can do to foster safe, welcoming, and inclusive spaces really enhances our commitment to ED&I. And strategically, it's related to several of council's priorities under community health. Costs are in the 2023 operating budget, and the draft policy is on the following pages. And you'll see under standards, there's a description of what is also in the administrative procedures, which the team has been working on as well. But you'll see the policy there, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do councillors have some questions regarding this policy? Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Semantics, perhaps, but I was intrigued by the change of wording from conduct to behavior. And personally, I believe that conduct is closer to what it is that we want to regulate. Behavior is just action. Conduct is action as compared to a norm. Conduct, I think, is judgmental. Behavior is just action. And so if we are going to have a policy that judges against a norm that is required, then I think we are judging conduct, not behavior. Pretty semantic, I agree, but I think when we have conduct in public places as a bylaw, it's intended to give us an opportunity to gauge behavior against a norm. And yes, behavior is part of it, but conduct is the incongruence of behavior against the north. So I would have been happy with leaving it as conduct. And I note in the inclusion consideration, we revert to inappropriate or offensive conduct rather than behavior. And so it may seem minor and unimportant, but it was important enough for administration to suggest we change the name. I'm open to debate on the subject. The other thing that I will mention is with respect to the policy itself. While I appreciate that administrative procedures are something typically out of the realm of council and rest with administration, I am very reluctant to approve this particular policy without at the same time unveiling the administrative procedures, because it is there where the standards will reside. And the public came to us and said, take control of this, do something to regulate conduct or behavior in your facilities. And this policy says, we will have some standards that reside in the administrative procedures, and they'll describe what kind of behavior we expect and what is not allowed, but we don't say what it is. And as I say, I would rather in this instance, at least when we approve a policy, have the opening draft of the administrative procedures so that the public knows what those expectations are, rather than, yeah, we're gonna regulate this and somebody else will tell you what's expected at some later time. I'm uncomfortable with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Malik, you had something to add?
My notations on this particular policy was exactly what the mayor just articulated. In this instance, I want to be clear what we're approving and what the procedures will look like before we go forward. And I support the mayor's observation and thank you for bringing that up, Your Worship.
One of the questions I had, and the reason I got into, I guess, going down this rabbit hole was to consider municipal staff. I know that we have some other policies and stuff that would reflect that, but you know, part of the policy statement and following up with the scope of it, you know, stating that the policy applies to all members of the public inside a municipal facility. And I'm just wondering if public can be public and municipal staff, in the sense that sometimes when you're dealing with people, you can be encouraged in a confrontation to react. And, you know, because someone acts up, does that give, you know, staff the right to maybe come back in an equal manner or even in a worse manner? It's not that I want to, you know, regulate any reactions, but I mean, the reason I started considering that is I went back to see how far we went in the development of a social media policy. And when you're talking about working with colleagues and stuff, we had instances in the past where, you know, there was a statement made by a general member of the public on social media, and we had staff reacting to that. And I'm just wondering that, you know, when we develop policy and stuff like that, it's developed and implemented by your fellow staff members, somebody that works for the municipality. And if you do something that is contradictory to that, you're essentially, you know, disagreeing or causing conflict with a fellow staff member. So I know that this is gonna, you know, I want to go and talk about a social media policy down the road that might be attributed to this. We can't control what the public say about us online or anything like that, but we should have something in place where you know, we're protecting other staff members too while in the workplace. So, not that we should anticipate things getting out of hand. However, I'm just wondering here within the scope, if it's necessary to explore that, or if that's something that administration sees as unnecessary in a document like this. Ms. Riddell?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor Demota. When I'm thinking about some of the things you're raising under responsibilities, I know that when we were looking at this as a team, we really made sure to really beef up the wording in that area, including a lot around supporting directors supporting managers, reviewing situations, identifying opportunities for improvement, you know, looking at administrative procedures carefully and making sure that this policy is set up for successful implementation. So I think at the policy level, you'll see a little bit of that under that responsibility section that is more built out than in some other policies with what you're bringing up in mind.
As long as the intention's there, I'm not looking for specific wording. And I just brought that up for discussion if we would consider that. And if you're comfortable as managers and directors that would help influence what I was talking about, then I definitely support what's there. If everyone else does. Okay, is there any further discussion on the behavior in municipal facilities draft policy here? Your worship.
There is one additional change that I would suggest, and that is under scope. Removing the word inside, because that suggests only physical facilities, not sports fields. So that could say the policy applies to all members of the public using municipal facilities, including participants in sporting activities. But subject to that, slight change and my suggestion of a change back to conduct, which doesn't have to be decided today. I would propose that we direct administration to return to a future committee of the whole with a draft behavior in municipal facilities policy and proposed administrative procedures.
Sorry, Councillor Waxman.
Thank you, and I for one would agree with you on the conduct versus behavior. I took a moment to look at that, look it up, and I think that is appropriate. I also wondered under that scope if participants is a good word, in that I think at times spectators have been considered a problem, and participants might sound like that it's not including them.
Okay. Would someone like to, or should I do the same thing again, Mr. Gibbon? Do you understand the information that people debated here and what will be coming forward as changes to a potential edit to this document?
What I understood from the motion was essentially saying fine. And before approving this, we'd like to see the related procedures. And so I think, so at this time, I don't think we would propose any changes to policy, because it's possible that because council is giving us direction to come back with the procedures, it's possible that council may wish to pull some items from the procedures into the policy. So I don't know that administration will go making a bunch of changes at this time. Basically, what I'm hearing from council is you need to see more and you need to see the details, and appreciating that there is that interplay between council policies and then procedures. I think that that's completely reasonable in this case. I don't think we would propose to make any changes to the policy itself until after council has a chance to see the procedures and consider whether there's any items that you might want to incorporate into the council policy.
So do we have a motion on the floor? Okay, everybody understands that? Okay, all in favor? Right, that's carried. Thank you. So we're just after 12 o'clock. I would recommend recess so that we can break for lunch. And what would be the desired time? Should we take 45 minutes, a full hour, come back at 1 o'clock, quarter to 1?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock? Okay. Everybody's comfortable with that? I'll call us to recess. It is 12:03. And we'll see everybody back here at 1 o'clock. For those that are watching live, thank you for working through that with us. And we're back. For those of you that are watching this later, that hardly seemed like a long time, even though that morning stretch was a bit of a stretch itself. All right, we're back in. We're back, calling our meeting back to order. We just finished up on 7.4, behavior in municipal facilities, and we're moving on to 7.5, early learning and child care action plan. I believe Ms. Daniel is going to be speaking to this, so I will give you the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota and Council. So I'm here this afternoon to bring forward the early learning and childcare strategy. The item was originally brought forward in April 2023, and I apologize that the title on your agenda and on the RFD says action plan. That's no longer correct. It should say early learning and childcare strategy. So my apologies for that oversight. This strategy includes a number of action items based on the recommendations in the ELCC report that you received back in December of 2022, and brings forth a lot of information that we brought forward in April, but just tied together a little bit differently. And we're confident it now fits the title of strategy as requested. So let me highlight some of the important pieces of the document that are a little bit different. So if you have the document Jasper's Community Childcare Strategy in front of you, I'll just go over it, a brief overview. I won't go into detail on every page, but just some of the major changes from the original document in April. So on page 3, this is where we have some of the information that was in the research report from the U of A. This is the data of what the goals were of the project, who was interviewed, who did focus groups, what the current state of childcare in Jasper is, and then what the future vision is. You'll see some of these recommendations later in the strategy itself, the action items and the strategy goals. And then on page 4, page 4, these focus items are the same as we had discussed in the previous document, and also that the researchers discussed in their report. So that shouldn't be new to you. These are similar focus areas, and we will carry those forward into the strategy as well. And then page 5 is kind of where we get into the new portion. So Jasper's 5-year community childcare strategy is anchored in the recommendations from the Jasper Early Learning and Childcare Report, which was produced by the Community University Partnership researchers at the U of A. The strategy will guide the municipality's efforts to support early learning and childcare programs and services. And the strategy builds upon the foundation of work undertaken to date and sets the framework for continued action in this area for years to come. And like I said before, it's broken down into 6 focus areas. Those aren't new. Those are the same ones that we had discussed previously. For each area, there are broad goals and then more specific actions that can be taken towards achieving those goals. And then you'll see on the following pages, we're going to outline each of those focus areas, the broader strategy goals, and then the action items. Evaluation during and then after key activities will help us reflect on the learnings, track progress, refine our approach, and strive for continuous improvement along the way. And in the document, you'll see that on the indicators section. So that's kind of how we'll measure success in the strategy. If you flip to page 6, you will see that we've aligned the strategy with council strategic priorities. There's 15 listed here based on the 2021-2025 strategic plan. And then page 7 is where we get into each of the goals and action items. So we start with accessibility. And I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but I will kind of go over detail on this one. So there's the strategy column. These are our broad goals. And then for each strategy, there's a number of action items. Sometimes there may only be 1, sometimes there's 4, sometimes there's 2. It really depends on what the strategy item is. And these action items are what will help us achieve the goals that are in the strategy. And most of these items are based on the recommendations from the original report from the University of Alberta. So that's kind of the report or the strategy in a nutshell. I don't want to go over each individual focus area because we would be here for the rest of the afternoon. But just to give you kind of a brief overview of what we've brought forward. And then should council adopt the strategy, the action items would be incorporated in future plans and financial considerations would be presented to council as part of the annual budget process. So I'm open to questions if anyone has any.
All right, thank you, Ms. Daniel. I think maybe for the sake of flow and, saving everybody some time, instead of bouncing back and forth through the document, I'm sure everyone's got their notes on different areas. We just start with what Ms. Daniel started with, on page 3, and then just move through each of the characteristics and discuss those with those in mind. And then unless somebody has an overall thing to address to start off, Councillor Waxer.
There we go. My overarching question is, could you provide us with an update on what is happening with the provincial federal agreement on childcare? Because my understanding is that we're seeing a few provinces starting the $10 a day care starting in January 1st. And I know that part of the strategy was space creation as well. And also, so I thought that question covered all of the components.
That's a good one. Go ahead, Ms. Sandy.
Sure, Deputy Mayor Demota through to Councillor Waxer. Unfortunately, we've had no update here in Alberta, not as far as to the individual programs. I'm not sure if the government is working on it. I would assume they are, but we've had no updates as far as programs go.
Hey, keep going. Oh, I'm sorry if you had anything further to address. Councillor Keller, MP.
Thank you, Councillor, or Deputy Mayor Demota, to you to Ms. Daniels. Just on the current state, it's expensive, especially for lower incomes, but things might be improving. Can you clarify that for me?
Sure. Deputy Mayor Demoto through to Councillor Keller-Harambe. Remember when this was done, it was 2022. So they had just announced the provincial federal agreement. So at that time, we weren't sure what childcare was going to cost. So that was the but it's improving statement that we didn't know that it was going to go down to $25 a day or less expensive than it was. So that's where that came from.
Thank you for that. And just one other question. Can you give us like the current state currently in the daycare? Like where are you seeing the waiting list? Like is it the baby room? Is it the children from 3 to 5? Like where is the backup that's in the community currently?
I would say based on our current wait list, it's definitely infants and toddlers. A lot of the people on the wait list are still also pregnant or planning to become pregnant. They're planning years in the future that they want to get in when they're going back to work. Right now, there is other programs that service the 3 to 5-year-olds. So the preschool at the elementary school and the preschool at the Francophone school. So we're not seeing as many of those on the wait list. Usually if they're on the wait list, they're looking for care only in the summer.
And how many kids do we have currently or babies on the wait list to get into our baby room?
I couldn't say for certain how many infants we have on there, but there is a total of 94 families on the wait list right now.
And if somebody, like say, wanted to go back to work in January, what's the wait time?
If they got on the list a while ago, it would probably be from the time they get on the wait list till they get a spot, it's almost 2 years. If that kind of gives you an idea.
And I just have one more question, if that's okay. I'm just curious. So if we're not seeing the 3-year-olds to 5-year-olds, is there a way of expanding that baby room, like to have 2 baby room and a smaller 3 to 5?
That's definitely a possibility, although currently our 3 to 5-year-old rooms are at capacity. So we just aren't seeing a high need on the wait list for those, but it's certainly an option. I think we would be open to discussing that.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Daniel, for this report. I also had questions about things might be improving, and it's disappointing to hear that we haven't heard from our provincial government yet. A lot of businesses have struggled with staff. How is it going with staff?
Not great. So we are not immune to the staffing crisis, definitely. We are down 1 staff right now, and actually we had to lower enrollment in September because we just couldn't get to that capacity anymore.
Councillor Malik, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demoto. Since the last time we had the report presented to us, I believe we did a survey. And what did we learn from that survey, and how has that been applied to this revised strategy?
Deputy Mayor Demoto through to Councillor Melnick. So if you see on the, let me find the page here. In flexibility, so that's page 9, you'll see that one of the strategy items is increase the number of hours per day, week, month, year that the childcare options are available. And then the second would be increase the number of part-time childcare options. These would be the goals related to that survey. The survey data has not been fully compiled, but I will say that there is based on the results that I saw, there was a number of families who are looking for care outside of our current hours, whether that's 15 minutes to 3 hours, right? So it varies, and just trying to measure that and present that to you is a little bit difficult. So we will come back with that for sure, but we're just working on the results right now.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mota. Good afternoon. Daniel, if we're going through this sort of page by page, fine by me. But I wonder about the very opening line. So on page 2, you have under background, it appears to be a quote or something, although it's not attributed. But it focuses entirely on the relationship between childcare and workforce participation, which I think starts the document off excluding any other social reason for daycare. And I wonder whether there was an intent to highlight that economic connection above and beyond any other connection.
Deputy Mayor Demoda through to Mayor Ireland. I would say no, that there wasn't any obvious reason to do that. I think it was maybe an oversight, or just that we wanted to make sure that we equated our program and quality childcare in Jasper to the workforce in Jasper, and how we really rely on childcare in Jasper for the workforce.
And I don't argue that at all. It is clear that the two are connected, but by giving it such prominence, I wonder whether other reasons to have daycare at a social level are either ignored or not emphasized. But I believe that. Page 3, I need a bit of an explanation about the second bullet under future vision. Jasper's childcare is affordable, plain and simple. If affordability was plain and simple, we could describe it. And I don't know what that means. Could we just say it's affordable and then struggle with that? But to add plain and simple doesn't help, because affordability as a discussion point is never plain and simple. Unless we meant the daycare itself, childcare, is plain, no frills, and simple, flexibility, things like that. So I wonder about that. And on the last bullet, although I would appreciate that from your perspective, having a reputation as a great place to be employed is imperative. From your perspective as an employer, are we building a childcare strategy to make the workers happy? And what about all our other workers? I wonder about the need for that particular clause in the strategy. Even though I would hope that it unfolds that way, that people are really proud to work at that facility, but I would hope that they would be proud to work anywhere in the municipality or anywhere in town. So I just wonder about the purpose of that statement.
Deputy Mayor Demoda through to Mayor Ireland. Okay, so we'll start with the first one. So ultimately, these are quotes and recommendations that came right from the research report. So these aren't my words or our words as a municipality. These are recommendations that came from that report that we shared in. So this is what the public or the community is saying. So I interpret Jasper's childcare as affordable, plain and simple, that parents can afford it and they don't have to not work to afford it. They can work and then also afford childcare. That's the way I took that. But again, that's only my personal opinion. And as being part of the research project, I think that was one of the main things that came up from parents, was that they just want childcare to be affordable, whether it's our program, preschool, anything. It's just childcare in general being affordable. I don't think the plain and simple relates to our programming or that. I think it's more so just let it be affordable with no add-ons or things like that. And I think that could be a point that we maybe advocate to the provincial government as well. Let's not make all these hoops and paperwork for the parents to fill out and the programs to fill out. Let's just make it affordable for everybody. So that's where that comes from for me. As far as the last one, I think early childhood educators can be anyone working in childcare. It's not necessarily related to Wildflowers childcare. It could be the ECEs at the Francophones preschool, at the Roots and Wings preschool at the elementary school. It could be the early childhood educator working in their home. It really, I think, relates to anybody, and just being recognized as somebody that's an important piece of the community.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah, just to reinforce that last point, I think what the document is saying is that for the community broadly to be successful, being an early childhood educator needs to be an attractive profession. In much the same way that the hospitalities industry, I think, strives to demonstrate that it's an industry worth joining. You want to be here, and I think that this is much the same sentiment. I think we hit it on the head exactly when she said, this doesn't specify the municipality of Jasper is recognized as a quality early. It also doesn't say that the Wildflowers facility is. It says that the town, I think maybe synonymous or a synonym for community, but that this is a good place. Jasper is a good place to be in that profession.
Yeah, I like that as well. I appreciate the answer to that one. And because this is in the childcare, the early learning strategy, I think that has relevance. Ms. Daniel, I'm sorry if I look distracted, because I remember looking at some information on the Alberta ministry as far as funding goes, and just for a little bit of clarity for us and maybe other people viewing, it appears to me, and we're probably accessing funding already, but to what level are we not receiving anything moving towards the $10 a day? I know that their goal is to have it in place by 25, 26. I think the reference is there, but it clearly states that organizations like the one that you manage can apply for funding and grant money right now. So maybe I'm confused on that.
No, it is confusing. Absolutely. The provincial government funding is very confusing. So when they first rolled it out, every licensed childcare program was able to apply. So we do receive the affordability grant, which is what they call it, in the denominations they have listed there. So for infants, it's $635. 19 months to 3 years, it's $510, and then for 3 to 5 year olds, it's $450. So each family does receive that discount on their bill, and we receive that money from the government. But because our fees are already higher on the higher end, it doesn't equate to $25 a day. It equates to maybe like $35, $40 a day. So whether we as a program ever get down to $10 a day, I can't say at this point, because I don't know what the future funding model is going to look like. But right now, it doesn't look like we will get there as soon as some of the other programs that may charge less.
I knew you'd have a well-equipped answer for that, so I appreciate that. And it is confusing. And then there are top-ups too for educators as well, and there's some funding and grants there. And forgive me for not remembering. And are we getting those right now?
Yes, and those did increase in this government fiscal year as well.
All right, I appreciate that. And again, excuse my ignorance on that. Councillors, you have more questions going forward? Does anybody want this? Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I wonder is there anything that we can do, advocate, write letters? Like, I know this rolled out in 2021 when the announcement was made. So we're sitting in a hotel room with Councillor Waxer, very excited, but it's 2 years later. Do you hear anything, or you're just waiting?
Deputy Mayor Demota through to Councillor Hall. No, we're not waiting. I do sit on a number of organizations in the province that are advocating to the province, trying to meet with the ministry and the deputy minister. And now we do have a new minister of children's services. So I know that the Alberta Learning
Leaders Caucus for Early Learning Care has met with the new deputy minister team, but no information has been given on to when anything can roll out. So I definitely encourage council to be advocates for this. That is one of our focus areas on page 12. And any advocacy you can do on behalf of early learning and childcare, I would definitely help out with that or help promote it.
Thank you. That was a good question. And before I get to you, Councillor Waxer, I did want to say maybe there was an opportunity for us to inquire with our MLA to see if he can get some information from our minister. That way, there's always channels, and you know, one thing that I really appreciate about our MLA is that he's open and is good at communicating back to us. So I could take a crack at that, unless the council that's on the early childhood the conversation stages wants to do that as well. I'm not sure. Councillor Waxer.
I've been working on a motion and wondered if I could present that committee recommend council write to the provincial government requesting a current timeline on the implementation of the federal provincial early learning and child care bilateral agreements.
Like that. So Councillor Waxer is presenting a motion. Is there any questions or debate on that? All right. Without any delay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Not opposed? That's carried. It's a good motion. Thank you. I do want to say that, again, I appreciate the alignment of the strategic priorities with the council's strategic plan, and I think that's important. And one thing that I will say about this administration on this term is the commitment at all levels and every department to work with that. And I know it meant a lot to us to develop that, and I think we did as good a job as we ever had, and I'm proud of that document, and I'm glad that we're working closely with that. Does anybody have anything that they want to add to that? Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota, and would just like to have a little clarity, because I think we still need to have a motion on this particular item. But in doing so, I'd like to ask administration, either CEO Gibbon or Ms. Daniels, if we adopt this strategy, will we see a not just cost for the 2024 process, but will we see kind of like a staged implementation of the strategy? I just want to have since this is a strategy over 4 years, implementation probably will be, like I say, as a staged process.
Deputy Mayor Demota for Councillor Melnick. So the plan itself does have some actions that have a capital implication or an operating implication. Those types of items will come through the regular committee council budget process as needed. Other items are essentially no cost. They really sort of essentially just direct where we focus our efforts and our administrative time and focus. And others are ones that are really up to other parties, where we're either trying to influence them or we're trying to engage with them. So this is more of a work plan for administration, and any budgetary or resource requirements that would be outside of the scope of what we're already doing. If there was some change to the subsidy level of wildflowers, if there was a request to add a 10-story addition, on top of wildflowers, so we could house more children, those things would come through the normal council committee process. So a lot like our inclusion and diversity master plan, it directed our work. There were some things in there that implied that we would be spending money in certain ways, And if there is new money that is needed to activate the plan, then we would bring that through the regular process. So no, you wouldn't see it budget a specific cost to implement the Jasper childcare strategy. You would see those items on an ongoing basis over this next period. It really is a guidance document for administration on where we should be focusing our efforts.
Thank you, that appreciate the clarity, and I don't know if that will spur any other questions by councillors.
Yeah, well, I'm just curious to see if anybody's got any questions on, any of the five, 6 pillars there, and discussing the strategy, action and indicators. And I know that I made a request or a recommendation, but I mean, if councillors just want to go through and ask any questions on those. Councillor Waxer, I don't need to hold you hostage with your hand up. I recognize you. But yeah, if anybody does have any questions on that, I know I have a couple, but I'd like to move it along. Councillor Waxer.
This will sound like a funny question, but I wanted to get clarity on under accessibility, the third box, on the word hour. Did you mean hour by wildflowers or our municipal space?
Deputy Mayor Demota through to Councillor Waxer. I think it was referring to all municipal spaces.
Yeah, and I know that there's some funding that's available for creation of new spaces and expanding of current ones. Of course, we can't go forward with any of that until we can find spaces to expand into, and we've heard some ideas in the past. And do you have any strong footholds moving forward on some potential new spots, or is that just a trigger question?
That's a loaded question. Yeah. I'm going to say no, I don't. I definitely have big ideas, but right now, are any of those ideas available? No.
That's good. I'm exploring all the grant funding that's available out there, and in theory. So I just thought that was good to ask. Go ahead, Councillor Waxer.
Sorry, one other question on family day home. What is the status of family day homes in the community at the moment? Is it increasing, decreasing, staying the same? Or I know that's been a challenging thing to get people to be interested in licensing in the past. And I know that there probably aren't any licensed at the moment, but are there still people providing that kind of service in their homes?
Deputy Mayor Demota through to Councillor Waxer. At this time, you're correct. There is no licensed family day homes. But that I'm aware of, there's one person who's doing childcare in their home. There was more than that before, but I think it's my understanding that people are getting out of that. And one of them actually returned to work at the daycare. So.
Great. Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. I'm challenged a bit, as I'm sure you are, Ms. Daniel, with the interplay of the 5 pillars. It seems to me that accessibility, flexibility, inclusivity, and quality all work against affordability. But they're all priorities that we say we want to achieve. But the more we achieve 4 of them, the more we don't achieve the other one. And so when we look at affordability, and if affordability is the key principle, which I think you stated it is, affordability is key. And the key reason for doing this is workforce participation. Then when we look at affordability, I would have expected to see some actions such as greater support from the business sector, for example. we all need people to work to make the industry run, but those in industry need to contribute, it seems to me. And so if this is an affordability issue and it's a workforce participation, then it seems to me one of the actions ought to be greater participation at an economic level, greater contributions from industry partners. And connected to that, I would have thought that this might be a really opportune time to mention something about a living wage. The cost of childcare, I expect, but I don't know, impacts living wage in our community and all communities. And I had requested, and council passed a motion that we join the Alberta Living Wage Network. I'm still waiting to see a report. But at some point, I think we should grapple with whether or not we as a municipality are a living wage employer, and we should encourage others in the community to be living wage employers. So the strategy is to increase the number of local families who can afford childcare. Most of the actions, in my opinion, relate to increased taxpayer funding. That makes it affordable for the user, but it doesn't make it affordable necessarily for the municipality or the taxpayer. So I'm wondering whether you can consider within the strategy some other actions that would connect us more directly with the business sector, which needs the childcare as much as the people working need to have it.
I know that was directed to Ms. Daniel, but Mr. Given had his hand up, so please.
Yeah, well, first, I just want to make sure, to bring council's attention to the fact that this is much like your strategic plan, where council has multiple focus areas. And I'm curious if council would identify which one of those focus areas you love the most. They're all important, and so, which I think is appropriate given that, we're talking about a childcare strategy. You love them all equally. And so, yes, there is a push and pull between quality and affordability or accessibility. So I think that that's acknowledged, and that's that's what happens in a strategic plan. You have competing priorities, and you sometimes have to place different emphasis at different times on each. Well, it comes first, unless it is not necessarily first in our hearts. But I think financial accessibility and affordability are some of the most important for residents, certainly. The second thing, so there's not a most important. Certainly not from an administrator's perspective. I think maybe from residents, maybe there would be, but secondly, I would say that the reason that this is here is because and it is here with a recommendation that council adopted. For council to adopt it, you need to be satisfied with it. So if you want to change something in it, other than the stuff that has happened, like the research project, I mean, you can't say that the research project only talked to 27 people when the fact is it talked to 44. So, the background information, you certainly can't change. I wouldn't suggest you could change that. But in terms of the strategies, the actions, or the indicators, if you see something that's missing or that needs to be revised, absolutely, that's why it's here. And that's why it's here at committee. So the committee could do the same with policy, direct some changes. And this is where council does get to guide the work of administration. As you all know, you don't get to do that on a day-to-day basis, telling the grader operator where to go. But through a document like this, you do get to say, hey, don't forget to do this type of initiative. So, Your Worship, on that point, if there was an additional action that you saw that should be added under affordability, there's a strategy there. Increase the diversity of funding streams to support childcare needs. I could easily imagine an action that was something along the lines of increased opportunities to engage private sector partners in providing funding to support childcare. And so if that's important, sure. Ideally, this is your plan, and for you to want to endorse it, amend it, add to it, delete from it, so that you can get to a point where you're confident that, yes, this reflects what the municipal administration should be doing over the next 5 years.
Thank you for that. And I support the mayor's comments to a certain degree in the fact that, regardless of understanding that there's no one that's more important than the other, but the focus on the quality and the enhancement of any type of service or attention in any of those other categories will have potentially a direct effect on affordability, especially if we're not getting the funding that we anticipate or want. And that has nothing really to do on the backs of the people that wrote this. And so, my intention on that line of questioning is not that people don't take that personally, because we do have the ability to increase taxes if we want to, but you look at at our level from a political point of view, we've had a lot of increases, and I know that I'm feeling a lot of pressure from the commercial side or the non-residential contributors that are already paying a higher portion of tax dollars or the net tax envelope. And with that ratio, there is the argument that we're already supporting the majority of this, or a big chunk of some of the funding that's going towards it. So that's the concept, right? So we're also challenged into helping our administration and the people implementing these services, and the ability towards that affordability. So regardless if we're addressing accessibility, flexibility, inclusivity, the quality, or the advocacy and leadership, which a lot of that comes on our part, we also have a political role there as well. So whether we can make it more affordable or not, understandably, that comes with work and higher levels of government. But we have to consider those things as well, and not just put it on administration to the stick handle. Thank you. First, Mr. Given, and then Councillor Waxer.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor. But I think it's from Edmund's perspective, I certainly would like to point out to council there are many actions in the plan that are actually not, the municipality may lead them, but they're not actually the municipality doing the thing. So for example, and would not have an implication for municipal taxes. So it might be worthwhile just kind of skimming through them. We won't read them all in detail, but if we're looking at the accessibility section, the second action, apply to become a family day home agency. There may be some minimal cost associated with that, but certainly wouldn't be material in terms of overall property taxes, and the opportunity to encourage the development of privately run family day homes would be at no or little cost to the municipality. We're not talking about hiring new staff to run day homes. We're talking about the municipality taking leadership roles. So that's a non-municipal tax item. Explore creative uses of our current spaces and investigate options for increasing capacity. Creative uses could, that's pretty broad, but again, is not a direct hire more staff to provide more hours kind of item. Moving down, connect with local businesses to assess the opportunity for on-site childcare at their location. Again, that doesn't say delivered by municipal staff. It says, let's see if there's physically spaces around. Moving down to the last one on that page, explore the potential for collaboration with community groups in the delivery of childcare. I mean, that was pretty explicit. It doesn't say wildflower staff at community group facilities. It says, is there anybody else that can help out with this rather than just us? And I think you'll find that as you go through, you'll notice that the vast, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the majority of the actions here tell us what work to do, and a smaller proportion identify the need to have more resources for our own municipal childcare service. Right. So I would say that if anything, this leans more to involving a broader section of the community, private funders, and maybe we can be more explicit about that. Private funders, community groups, private providers, so we can, and that it is explicit in the report, so we can diversify the range of childcare opportunities that exist in the community, rather than it only being wildflowers that does everything for everybody all the time. And I think if you look at the actions, you'll see that comes through pretty clearly.
I agree with that, but I think one of the major reasons, or if not the most, is the fact that if this was profitable and people had the space to do it, they'd be doing it right outside of what we're doing. And, you know, unfortunately, if it's a break even thing, who can afford to do that unless you're the parent that's running that one of your kids is in that section of the program from by the time they go off to school. So, you know, I think by this time, if we had those opportunities in the communities, we'd be maximizing them, or somebody would be. So, you know, there's that conflict there too. Councillor Waxer, you had your hand up.
I apologize for being so focused on that federal provincial grant, but I was a little bit intrigued by what you spoke to, that you thought it's quite it's unlikely we would get to the $10 a day fee, because as I recall, in the $25 a day, we were required to provide childcare at $25 a day. There wasn't, and the way the Liberal government is speaking about it, it sounds like it would be a $10 a day across the board in Canada. And so, do you see barriers? What are the barriers you see to Wildflowers childcare attaining the $10 a day? Because my expectation would be it was similar to the $25 a day, where that was our only option. If we're going to be participating, we were a $25 a day provider. So do you see this as a different system?
Deputy Mayor Demoda through to Councillor Waxer. I just want to clarify so people aren't confused who are listening to this. The $25 a day that Councillor Waxer is talking about is the NDP government's initiative, correct? Previous to the current UCP and federal agreement, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, in 2017, the NDP government put forward a childcare grant, that pilot project that allowed certain programs across the province to offer $25 a day childcare. And they gave each of the programs enough money to make it $25 a day. So it was based on the budget of the program, not the same across the board. So the money we received allowed us to offer $25 a day, and the money, say, Westlock received, which was a little bit less than what we received, was made them a $25 a day center. Now, with the federal provincial agreement, the government in Alberta has decided that each program gets the same amount of money. So our costs are higher than, say, maybe Hinton's, but maybe similar to Edmonton, Calgary. So, and other rural programs usually have less costs as well. So they might be already at $25 a day, whereas we're at, say, 35 to 40, which is why I think if the UCP continues their current way of doing things, that we will not get to $10 a day, whereas some other programs in rural communities might.
Frustrating that we have these ideological boundaries and barriers that, you know, are causing some fundamental issues in our overall society within our province. It's heartbreaking. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it makes a difference in how we proceed looking at this, because I think if we knew that by January 1, 2026, it was moving to $10 a day across the board, which is the way the federal government certainly is fostering, you might look at affordability quite differently than if the situation might be it's still 40 down the road. Thank you for that.
Hopefully another municipality is picking up on this somewhere in Alberta and it comes forward as a resolution. I haven't seen all the resolutions for our conference in a few weeks yet, but if that's something that we can definitely support, if that's our initiative, I don't mind getting behind another province or municipality if that becomes a contentious topic. Does anybody else want to address accessibility or affordability, or move down through any of the other
areas, your worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor DeVota. Just generally touching on all of them and going back to the point made by Mr. Gibbon, which I fully accept, that most of the actions can be done in ways other than directly economic ways. But there are 5, and if council adopts the strategy, I think we adopt it as it is, so it's both strategy and actions. And so there are 5 at least actions that have direct budgetary incomes. And although Mr. Gibbon indicated earlier that was still sort of soft, it would be still up to council at some later date. If we start with accessibility, the very first action says determine the cost of evening and weekend childcare and add that to the municipal budget. It doesn't say consider whether that's a viable amount to add to the municipal budget. It says add it. Similarly, when we get to inclusivity, the second action is to build the cost of offering more recreation-based childcare options into the municipal budget. And after that, to add a position, an inclusive childcare coordinator position. So again, a direct adoption of a policy by council to add to the budget. And under, I think it's quality, there is in the second strategy, a direct statement that through an increase in the municipal contribution to childcare budget, we can offer training to other providers. And later on in that same page, offer a single bonus to qualified ECEs who are willing to move to Jasper. So there are at least 5 actions here which are not predicated on conditionality. They say, if we adopt the strategy, these are the actions that flow, and there's a direct impact. And yet there is not recognized or documented opportunity for council to sit and consider whether those are expenses that we should add to the municipal budget, considering the other affordability issue, which is the affordability to the community generally, and not just affordability to users of daycare. And I struggle to understand where we will be at if we adopt what is presented to us as council strategy, because it seems to me that it commits us to budgetary action with unknown amounts.
I appreciate you saying that with more clarity and eloquence than I was able to say earlier, and I appreciate you summing that up, because that's essentially where I lie. Because again, it's like, is this good for the community as a whole? What are the costs? And is it the right thing to do? And I'm struggling with all of those, and although in support, I want all these things, and then when we're breaking it down, there are other implications. You got your hand up, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor DeVota. Through you to this down is, I'm just curious, when we talk about $25 a daycare in 2017, how is the enrollment today the same as 2017, or has it declined?
Deputy Mayor DeMota through to Councillor Keller MP. So when we had the NDP funding in 2017-2018, we were at 76 children. And they did fund different things, not just the affordability piece, whereas the current government only gives affordability grants. They did fund some extra staffing at that time to get up to that number, and it was part of our agreement that we would get up to that number. Right now, the highest we've been at in the last couple of months was 71. And right now we're down 4 from that. So we're at 67.
May I continue? And is that due to staffing?
Currently, yes. It's due to staffing.
And how many children per staff do we have to provide?
It depends on the age. So for infants, 12 months to 19 months, it's 1 to 4. 19 months to 3, it's 1 to 6. 3 to 4 is 1 to 8. And then 4 and 5-year-olds are 1 to 10.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for that. So just looking at what we've been discussing, and I'm not sure if you have further questions on any particular parts of the strategy, but I'm getting the sense that there might not be the desire to adopt the early learning and childcare strategy as presented, and to maybe that we receive this for information and maybe direct administration to come back to council with budgetary implications, whether that's at budget time or before budget time, just so that we can be ready for that discussion. I'm not sure, I'm just throwing this out there. I'm just trying to chair and encourage some motion writing here. If anybody has any positioning, I'm going to go to the mayor first and then you, Mr. Young.
From my perspective, subject to what other councillors might suggest about changes to either the wording of specific strategies or actions for the 5 that I pointed out, I think it would be a simple matter to add probably the word consider in each one of those cases. And so just as an example for accessibility, determine the cost of offering evening and weekend childcare out of Wildflowers childcare and consider adding to the municipal budget. So that it forces us to a discussion, but it doesn't commit us to an outcome. And we could do that, I think, in essentially with the same word in all 5 of those cases. It would be quite as simple as that, but we could just, I think, approve the strategy with that qualifying word in those 5 items that I pointed out. That would give me the level of comfort that I need. I don't want to feel that we have already committed to add to the municipal budget amounts that we haven't even discussed, and nobody's going to know them, including administration. So that would, from my perspective, solve my greatest challenge here.
Words matter, and sometimes one can really get us moving. First, Councillor Waxer, and Mr. Given, you wanted to.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Yeah, the mayor's certainly, I think, ahead of the direction I was had in mind, that the plan is here for council to amend as they see fit, and if there's qualifiers or additional steps that need to be taken before an action, this idea of bringing something back to council for consideration. I think that's why the plan is here. Tell us how fast or slow or what steps need to be taken before. And if that type of qualifier or increased level of specificity about what happens after something satisfies council, I think that would be the most useful step, amending the plan so that council can, again, be in a position where you can feel comfortable with the plan and administration can start to work on it. Because if it is just adopted for information with no further guidance, then essentially we'll keep doing what we're doing because you haven't told us to do something different. And the goal of the research project started in 2021 and that was presented to council in 2022 was all to lead to what things should we be doing differently. And with your guidance, we hope that we get there and start to act on that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councillor Waxer.
So my question is under increase the number of part-time childcare options. The final box, which is one that should probably have the word consider added to it, is build the cost of lowering childcare fees for families into the municipal budget. I was curious why that was under the increase in the number of part-time childcare options and perhaps not under the affordability. And I had one other question after that.
Deputy Mayor Demota through to Councillor Waxer. I think it probably could be under both. But as far as part-time childcare, I think we don't do that right now. So I think that would have to be a municipal approval, slightly different from what the affordability actions are. So maybe that's why that one was built into that only. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
And then the other question again was under part-time childcare, on the pop-up childcare services coordinated by, it doesn't say, I was just curious what the vision was for that.
Deputy Mayor Demota through to Councillor Waxer. Yes, my apologies, that wasn't there. By community, should be service coordinated by the community.
Well, that changes it. So I was just putting the indicator there at the end of that one, so that changes that whole thing. But you know, and I understand where you were coming from, Councillor Waxer, on the last one about building that into the municipal budget. But you know, I guess with adding the part-time positions, that does have a cost implication, and even though overall affordability, if we weren't considering that, then that would be it. That would be anywhere, I think. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just going back to actually your questions you ask yourself when you're looking at something at the table, and one of them is, it is good for the community as a whole. And I absolutely think that quality, inclusive, flexibility, which I think part-time childcare is flexibility. Right now, you have to own an entire position or an entire space, and you share with whoever you can find. But I absolutely think it's good for the community on a whole.
No doubt. It's just when you're going ahead making the decisions, there is some struggle there on my part, but I am fully on your side, and I agree. How are people looking here? Do we have any more additions or comments to make, requests for information? Councillor Waxer.
One other quick comment is just that, and I think when we're discussing childcare, whatever we're discussing, I think quality is got to be at top of mind when we're talking about our community's children and our future. The future, it's critical that we don't look at, you know, that quality is the prime consideration.
Absolutely. And, you know, and in theory, it's the right thing to do. So with those amendments to the budgetary implications and using the term consider, administration understands that request, and I have a sense from the rest of council that is something that we can support, and that's something that's understood. So if there's a motion to reflect that when this comes back for next week's decision, I'd be happy to receive it. Councillor Waxer.
The committee recommend council adopt the amended early learning and childcare strategy.
Or early learning and childcare strategy as amended.
As amended, sure.
Deputy Mayor DeVoe, I think that motion works. I think what would be helpful is maybe if we went through and specified, because I heard Mayor Ireland say the 5 areas. I'm not sure they capture them all. And I appreciate, although maybe a a bit painful, but I just want to make sure all the other ones on the policy discussions, I think I was able to capture them as the conversation went along. I'm not as confident here that we would capture them. I want to make sure that we capture the intent so that when we make the updates the next 2 days to turn around so you can have it at council next week that we get it correct. So maybe we could just spend a few minutes to outline what those amendments are. And the easiest way might be just scroll through the accessibility. Happy to hear from any councillors. I don't make any motions on each individual one unless there's something people vehemently there's strong disagreement about, but itemizing them would be helpful for administration.
Well, seeing as that we're entering in a football season, I'm gonna go like this, the ball's yours. Go through the ones that you wanted to address, we'll clarify those, and then if anybody else wants to add and clear up some more, we'll do that after the mayor's done with his.
All right, well, courtesy of Councillor Waxer, I added 2 more to my list, and there might be more as we go through. So if we started with accessibility, the very first action, again, just suggesting we add the word consider there somewhere.
Consider the addition.
Could we just say for consideration?
Yes, something like that. On flexibility, something just raised by Councillor Waxer that I had missed, which is propose the cost of extended hours to meet the needs in the municipal budget. If I interpret that, again, that seems to me to be a direction to add extended hours into the budget. So again, I don't know what the word propose means as an action, but I think that wording should be more clear that the addition of a cost to the municipal budget should be a matter of future consideration.
Add something here in this section? If we were to increase the number of hours per day, per week, and per month that we were open, we would have to come back to council because that would be an operation outside of our current scope. So I don't know if we have to necessarily put that there, but just adding that to information for everybody.
Thank you. Service. And again, so the very next one, offering more flexible hours. It doesn't say, it says we offer them, it doesn't say how we pay for them. So again, what does that mean from a budgetary perspective? Hard to say from my perspective.
Your worship, can I ask you to, so I appreciate what you're saying. Do you have a suggestion? But I am trying to support your admittee here. Okay. And how should we record that? Just so that we can make sure that we, if that, is it?
But I think it should be, consider the budgetary implications of offering more flexible hours during weekends and or weekdays and weekends. We just conditional on something coming back to council, rather than just saying by approving the strategy, we have approved offering more flexible hours. There's going to be a cost attached. I just want us to be able to look at that and make an informed decision.
That'd be very understood. So would this wording work? Explore the costs associated with more flexible hours during weekdays and weekend care and report to council for consideration.
Yes. What? Again, on the same page, at the very bottom action, build the cost of lowering childcare fees for families into the municipal budget. Consider building the costs. Tell us what they are. We'll consider whether that's something we can transfer to the municipal budget and off the shoulders of parents. But we need some information, I think, first. On the following page, inclusivity, the second and third action items, again, try and wordsmith now, but those are two that I think, again, we could consider building the costs. We could consider the addition of a child care coordinator position. We want to know what that costs. Under quality, the fifth one down on the second strategy. And a matter for budgetary consideration, an increase in the municipal contribution childcare budget to offer training for childcare providers. Again, we could consider an increase in the municipal contribution for that purpose. Toward the bottom, the third from the bottom, we could consider offering a single bonus to qualified ECEs. And that last one I've highlighted, but I don't know what that means, what kind of non-monetary incentives. It's not a budget item if it's non-monetary, so I don't know what that means at all. Here's that. The second last one on the page of quality. It says partner with other businesses or organizations to offer non-monetary incentives to qualified ECEs to come and work in Jasper. Maybe that means a free recreation pass. I don't know what the non-monetary consideration would be. But if it's non-monetary, then it's not a budget issue, I guess. So it doesn't matter. But those are the ones, if you've made that list, Mr. Gibbon, those are the ones that were of concern to me. If now I have to remember, was there a motion? Did Councillor Waxer make a motion? Yeah. From my perspective, speaking to the motion, rather than recommend that council adopt the strategy as amended, I would prefer that it come back to committee with the changes made so we can have another holistic look at this. It's a hugely important document to sort of to try and piecemeal right now. So I would prefer a second look at it with the direction for administration to incorporate the discussion today into a new format, not a new format, but new content, and bring that back for a review by committee and then a recommendation to council. That's where I stand on the motion itself.
Thank you. I appreciate your patience.
I could accept that as a friend, if it could be a friendly amendment, that would be okay with me. And I had a question for Ms. Daniel. If the second bullet or second box under accessibility almost then would direct you to become a family day home provider or agency, would that have any significant cost, or would it be, and do you consider it a viable, or is it a significant addition to workload, or is it worth pursuing at this point? Because it looks like if we adopted this, it would push toward that.
Deputy Mayor Demota through to Councillor Waxer. To apply to become one, no, would not be a lot of increased cost. If we were to become one that had a number of family day homes under it, then yes, it would become a little bit more work, because the person who would be overseeing them, likely not me. So we'd have to hire somebody else to go out and monitor the day homes. Now it would depend on how many there were. Like, could that be part of another role? Possibly. We would need to do a bit more research on what that would entail, but most of the time, family day home consultants have about 25 to 30 day homes on their agenda, and they visit one a day per month or something like that, 1 or 2 a day. So I doubt that we would get to that in Jasper. So it might be something that we could do with current staff, just maybe making roles a little bit different.
Thank you for that.
So I'm understanding the friendly amendment is now somewhat an alternative recommendation, and it sounds like committee direct administration to bring back the amended items in the proposed early learning and childcare strategy to the future committee of the whole meeting. Does that make sense? Is that what? Do I need to repeat that? Okay, we're good with that one. I'm calling it to order or calling to question. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. Good job, councillors. Okay, so we've been at this for an hour and 15 minutes. Councillor Malik.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demoda. I would like to make a motion that the Committee of the Whole extend the September 12th, 2023 meeting beyond the 4 hours because it does appear necessary.
And does that include our 1 hour break that we had at lunch?
It actually does. By 2:30, we would be at 4 hours.
All right. All in favor? Ms. Daniel, thank you very much for your time and patience with us. That was a long wait for you today, and really appreciate you being here and answering the important questions. Okay, what I'll do is I'm going to recommend that we discuss the resolutions item 7.6, and then I would like to take a brief break, and I want everybody to go outside and get a breath of fresh air. Even though we just did that, I think it's important for our longevity here, especially with the glass closed. I think it limits us to do fresh air, so I'm going to recommend moving around so that we can have some good brain power after that. Not that we don't need it for this one, but who would like to lead 7.6? Yes, Ned. And thank you as well for your patience coming back.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demoda. I don't know that I will lead the item, but I can certainly introduce it. This item arose from the legislative committee meeting that took place earlier this month. And essentially, the group reviewed the resolutions that are submitted for the Alberta Municipalities Conference. And the Municipality of Jasper's resolution is actually the very first one in the package. And so Mayor Ireland, Deputy Mayor Demoda, and Councillor Hall are on that committee and discussed strategies for the introduction. So there is a 2-minute introduction that has to be provided by an elected official. I think the discussion was around Mayor Ireland filling that role, and a 1-minute closing at the end. And I think this was just an opportunity for the committee to report to the rest of council what was planned and their comments on resolutions and similar resolutions from other municipalities, which are also presented. So with that introduction, I can turn it over to committee members if you have anything to add, but I believe the intent here was to just give some airtime to this item and let the group know that legislative committee has been working on this and has a plan for the presentation of the resolution.
Thank you for that. I don't know if we have other comments. I know that behind the scenes, we've been, the mayor developed some speaking notes, tied himself to what we discussed at our committee meeting. And we have something that I think is going to incorporate our stance and loosely support other initiatives from other municipalities, and in the hope that we have some equal support or majority support across the province from other municipalities. It's an important one to discuss, and I'm glad that at least we'll have the ability to speak to this. Mr. Mayor, did you want to go through anything that you we're working on, or?
Following our last legislative committee meeting where we discussed how we might want to introduce the resolution, I took upon myself to write a 2-minute opening address, and that is the time to which we are limited. There is no seconder required anymore, so we will introduce a motion. They will open debate. It will go to anyone who wishes to speak in opposition, and then to anyone, if there is anyone who speaks in opposition, then it will go to anyone who speaks in support, at which time I would hope that Edson would speak in support, since they have agreed to second the motion, even though they don't need to do that on the floor. It's already been done. And then when the matter closes, we have a further 1 minute to close. So I drafted some comments. I shared them with the legislative committee. I heard back from Councillor Demoda with some suggestions. I've just now sent them to the rest of you, and I apologize that that didn't happen sooner. But they're there now. It's less than a 2-minute read, because it's a 1 minute and 47-second speak.
Nice. Now, is that something you'd like to share publicly now? Or just have councillors read that?
I just would prefer to have councillors take a look at it. I don't want it to get out because it's not what we have done. It's not what we've agreed to say yet.
All right.
But I'd also be content, councillors now have it, that they could address a reply all for comments, so we can get this confirmed. We have roughly 2 weeks before, is it 27th? Is that resolution date? So as long as I have a confirmed script for September 27th, that is not longer than 2 minutes, and I will be content. And I threw in a draft of what I hope would be closing comments, in the wild hope that nobody takes issue with our brilliant solution.
Okay.
So are you gonna turn around and look at everybody and say, get ready? I think it's. Get ready. Well, right here it says, if it hasn't happened. Get ready. Oh, my goodness. I thought that was good. I can hear you saying. I just noticed through the Municipal Information Network, reading it this morning quickly, that BC has capped their rent increases below the cost of living yet again. They have the ability to do that, which was interesting. And I wanted to share that with you today, but I didn't get a chance to pour that for those who didn't get to observe that news. So I'll just turn it over to you to.
Just while we're on this, obviously the motion is about rent, housing affordability, and not just in Jasper, but across the province. But I wonder, I mentioned it earlier in the last agenda item about the living wage application. Is the work ongoing? Do we know anything about where we stand? Because obviously, apart from childcare, I would think that the expense of accommodation in this community contributes significantly to what the living wage would be.
Deputy Mayor Demoda for Mayor Ireland. I know that within the community development team, they've identified a staff member to participate in with the network. I'm not sure about how many meetings they've attended or status any work coming out of that, but I know that we have somebody who has attended, and I can get an update for council. Let me email that out.
Yeah, and I just wanted to let you know that I brought that up at community conversations because I couldn't remember if we had already addressed that before we went on our summer break. So the people that were present were intrigued to hear that and are looking forward to the results from that study as well, like our local study and being involved in that network. And I also promised the group that I would forward our finalized resolution to them. I got that as its own individual package already, so I'm gonna bring that forward. And the more that we have it out there, I think the more understanding that the council and the municipality or well, at least council is advocating for some acknowledgement that we need different measures observed in this province, especially as cost increase. So how does everybody feel about what they read? Any comments or? Okay. I'm good with it.
I would just ask Marilyn what he meant by, or what was an intention by suggesting that we in Jasper don't own land? Or does it assist or strengthen your argument?
It builds awareness. It builds awareness that that we can use in another context, that we are different. We don't own land here. We don't control it in the same way. We don't have land use planning and development control that they might have elsewhere. That might be.
Here are matches for elsewhere.
Saints elsewhere.
Sorry. That might be useful information, just to plant a seed out there, because we will have other issues that I hope will be coming to the broader group of municipalities and province in some form for status. So it was just an opportunity to let them know something about Jasper that they wouldn't otherwise know if they're taking it.
All right, well, as much as I enjoy dead air during council meetings, how would you like to proceed with 7.6 now? Or do you want to, are we just going to hold on to what we just read and wait for the conference? Council's okay with that, and then we can print that after the conference for the community?
If I may, I am certainly open to feedback from others on council, and I would just suggest that if councillors have suggested changes, just do a reply all. I just sent that to all of us, and so it should be a group discussion, but it's not like it's going to be a council motion ever. So I think we can just confirm online what the final content would be, and if people have suggestions for change language or dropping any particular reference to the fact that we don't own the land, then we can do that. Or where the people come from who work in our service industry.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you were considering my adjustments for after, or if you already considered them. I didn't see much change there, so.
Oh, I didn't. I haven't changed anything.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I didn't feel insulted either way. Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rabota. We do have Ms. Nadon here, and we did defer item 7.1, and I'm wondering if were you suggesting we take a quick health break and maybe we could come back and move to 7.1 before we get to 7.7 and 7.8?
Yeah, I don't have a problem. Like, I don't know if I said that we would get into 7.7 right away. I just thought we would take a break and then come back and figure that out. So if that's something that we would like to move 7.1 to, and that's the desired administration, I'm happy to work together and make that happen. So if we've completed the discussion on 7.6, now that we hit the hour and a half mark from coming back from lunch, I hate to delay it any further, but I think for the final items on the agenda, we're going to need just a little bit of a break and some fresh air, I think. Because others agree on that, so I am going to say to come back at 22 at 2:40. Does that give us a good enough time to stretch? Okay, thank you. Here we go. Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to call us back to order here. The mayor would like to address or finish off discussion on 7.6, and then we are going to move to 7.7 on the agenda. Your worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor DeMota. Just returning to the resolution question, we addressed the resolution that we will be presenting at the conference, but one of the requirements under the terms of reference of the legislative committee is that we review other resolutions that are coming forward and provide some notice to council about what's coming or what position we might want to take, given some other time constraints. The legislative committee is not in a position to do that, at least not today. But we invite everybody to take a look at the resolutions that are outstanding. And we should have an opportunity before convention, hopefully, to convene briefly and just discuss where we might stand with respect to any one of those resolutions that are being put forward by other municipalities.
All right, that's good. And maybe we can encourage that throughout the week. And if anybody wants to bring anything to discussion next week, we could try to incorporate that into our regular meeting. Having said that, that reminded me that I will be looking for a lift into the city after committee of the whole, or we cancel that one. Is anyone going into the city on Tuesday evening and not attending the first educational sessions? Okay, great. I know that could have taken place in private, but I would have forgot, then would have been calling somebody next week. All right, so let's move forward. Appreciate that to 7.7 because one director trumped the other over presence and time today. We will go ahead with the 2022 year-end surplus reserve transfers. Ms. Malinchak, that's going to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. Today, we're bringing forward a request for decision on transfer of year-end surplus as per policy B112. The recommendation is to allocate $147,544 of to reserves from the tax supported surplus and $534,685 of utility supported surplus to reserves. And it's broken down by policy and how it's stated within the policy, and you see the bullet points there. And then there obviously is the alternatives that can be suggested by council. To go over things a little bit, when we started preliminary discussions about year-end surpluses, we were still working on year-end in, well, April and May. And initially we were talking about 1.29 million that we could be in surplus. And then in the end, it actually boiled down to be just under the 700,000 mark. And that was due to a few things. And it is a lengthy process, and you have to go line by line and make sure everything is correct. So one thing that was moved was 202,000 that was initially capitalized for the road work that was done, and the auditors moved that through to the to the operating budget. So that is why it came down on that regards. $190,000 in an over levy adjustment that was applied, and also $190,000 on management adjustment to shift ventures. So these were just all internal journal entries that occurred to bring, and then other non-material adjustments that occurred to bring the number down to the current amount that we're talking about today. So the final surplus is calculated by taking the operating surplus, which is stated on the non-consolidated statement of operations and accumulated surplus as at year end, December 31st of 2022, which was stated at $5,971,928. And then adjusting it by that full local improvement levy that we've talked about a lot, the $5.2 million, that brought it down to $682,229 in actual total surplus. So of this amount, there was $147,544 in the tax supported as stated before, and then also the utilities stated before. So 4.4% of the total annual budget. So that is everything included. So when we're talking about requisitions, when we're talking about utilities and tax supported, that I had to use the same common denominator. So that's where the 0.4 of the total budget came from, and 1.6 for the utility side is where that came from. So as you can see in the recommendations, they're guided by the policy. So the tax supported surplus is divided to support 50% to the fixed asset reserve, 10% to the community housing reserve, and 40% to the financial stabilization reserve. And then the full 100% of utility-based surplus is indicated to go towards, the utility operating reserve. Further decisions about how to utilize those reserves would be made in the 2024 budget discussions. And as you can see on the next sheet on page 36 of the PDF, is a reserve report, and those are your current balances as of June 30th to this year, then your recommended transfers from year-end surplus, and what that would be available then for use in 2023 and future years. All that being said, I am here to answer any questions that might be had of council. One thing I did want to note actually before going into it, I wanted to also kind of go over a surplus and what that means. A surplus is not only coming from excess revenue, it's also coming from decreased expenses. So there's some things that you have to think about. There's ups and downs within all departments of the municipality. For example, on the tax supported side of the budget, paid parking alone saw $139,000 of increased revenue. So that was the revenue side of potentially causing more surplus. And on the utility side, for instance, in water, sewer, recycling, garbage, whatnot, there was also a savings of $258,000 in expenses, but also $270,000 in added levy revenue. So it's something to be said that there's also those decreases in expenses whenever they can be had. Administration tries their hardest to save in those areas. So it's not all just extra money. It's where we can save as much as possible as well. Thank you very much.
Well, I personally appreciate that extra info, because on the surface, when you look at that, especially for the utility operating reserve, when you understand the division between the two, it doesn't look as overwhelming when you think, well, did we really overcharge for that much? Or, so there, I didn't think of that, but that's how it looked on the surface. So I appreciate that clarity. Now this is open up for questions and discussion from council. Councillor Wilson.
Just for my information, so there's two reserves, utility operated and utility capital reserves. It looks like the capital reserve is quite flush. But again, the operating is most likely a new one. What would be an example of how we would use the utility operating reserve? And I guess why did all of the surplus go into the operating reserve rather than any into the capital?
Thank you for your question. Deputy Mayor through to Councillor Wilson. Now, I don't know this by heart, so I'm going to bring it up. The policy states in B112 that, just 1 second, I can't think and talk at the same time right now. I just thought of an easier way to bring that up, and I didn't use the easy way, but anyway. So with the utility operating reserve, for one thing, the contribution formula is 100% of any annual utility operating surplus shall be contributed to this reserve, and that's why it was 0 before, because this is new with the policy, as you stated. And then for the purpose guidelines for using that going forward, the utility operating reserve assists in mitigating the impact of unforeseen events or planned fluctuations in activity on utility rates. So for instance, a good one to think of would be, say, snow operations. And, we had a crazy year and we didn't allocate enough in the budget for that. Anything operating that we were not anticipating, and council decided, what, we need to fund this more appropriately than we had initially planned. We're going to move this money into there to support it so that it doesn't impact the budget or your year-end results for that year to go into a negative state. You're welcome.
I think another opportunity for clarity too is what's identified as utility, and when we do focus that it's separate from the overall operating budget. We separate utilities out of operations specifically in the budget, right? So like for me, if we have an opportunity, like is trying to understand where that extra revenue came from, so that maybe we can apply some relief going forward. And I know that we need to put money towards reserves, but for an example, if we knew that we had a surplus that came, if we knew that we had surplus coming directly out of our water utilities, when we have a new model like the Triple C model, and then if we recovered more than what we thought, my anticipation would be, why don't we give a little bit of relief to, not the overcharge, but the over anticipated charge, so that the utility isn't a hit. I know politically we face a lot of commentary on that, and if we knew that opportunity, then we can address that at budget time, right? Because that's part of one of the C's. If we're charging on consumption, well, let's give a little back.
Yes, you're completely correct. We will be discussing that at budget time. As I said, we'd just be going to that reserve area, and that would be considered an operating use. Yeah,
that's great, and I appreciate that part of the discussion. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota, and thank you for the report and presentation. I know I brought up the fact that we had that $1.291 million surplus, but in the presentation of the document, it was the 4 departments: finance, legislation, and protective services, operations, and community development. I never associated that the utility operations would have been rolled up into operations. And I think that's where part of the surprise that I had, because I always viewed utilities as being self-supported. and, would never have anticipated to have over $500,000 of surplus from utilities. So that makes more sense, and the adjusting entries and so on. For the future for us, and we're looking at this, it does beg to ask for more clarity at certain times to be able to make sure that we've got an understanding of what we're talking about when we talk about surplus. And I think your explanation regarding how operations changed, where there was some additional revenue, maybe because new properties came online, maybe additional volume because of business levels created the additional revenue, as well as savings within the department. And that all contributes to that over $500,000 surplus. So thank you for that. I just wanted to highlight that for the future, when we're looking at these, we do need to be a little more careful as to what the numbers are actually telling us.
That's good, and I appreciate that discussion and those comments. If I can, do we have other questions? All right, I was just on that vein. In the descriptions that we were provided here, and on page 35 of 39, where it says of this operating surplus, to add a little bit more to the clarity, and sorry for the confusion. When it says the tax supported surplus was 147, and again, excuse me if I'm getting you to repeat yourself, 0.4% of annual budget. So that's the budget attributed to tax supported initiatives, right? And then as far as, and for clarity on the utility side, the 1.6% of the annual budget, is that referring to just the utilities portion of the budget or the overall operating budget? That's just kind of where I needed some clarity.
Sure, thank you. The number that I was trying to just explain it within the context of my speaking notes, but it didn't come across properly, I'm sure. I use the common denominator of the annual budget to be the multiplier. So it was the whole budget, the whole municipal budget. So each one is divided by the whole operating budget. So it includes taxes, it includes your utilities, and it includes even requisitions. It's looking at the whole bottom line of what I had to use the same number. Otherwise it would look very skewed in its presentation of the percentage. So I was just trying to give something that was I in my mind I couldn't use a different dividing factor. Yeah.
Well, just because I don't remember off the top of my head what our utilities was, but it was somewhere just under $4 million, right? Isn't that on its own? 6, sorry.
Councillor Voda, Director Nat, and Belichick saying 6.8. But I think the greater message there is really about how close to the mark Natasha and her team come. When we talk about a surplus, I think from the general public, and certainly these are large numbers. I mean, we're talking the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so for any of us individually, these are big numbers. The intent of those lines is to really put that into context that at the start of the year, we deal with a very large budget and a lot of money going in different directions, utility-based budget, tax-supported budget, money that we collect on behalf of others support. And in the end, on the operational side, we're within 0.4% of our target. Pretty good. And same on the utility side. So I think that is a real, I think that should be a kudos to our finance team for the work that they do throughout the course of the year and how close we are on budgeting. And I think it is really highlights the work that our entire organization does to ensure that we keep our costs under control where possible and seek out new revenue opportunities in alignment with council's strategic plan.
All right, I appreciate that. Councillor Mullen.
Thank you. I did have one other question before we get to a vote here regarding the recommendations. On the 16th of May, we had passed that in order to fund the public transit, the $250,000 would come from the 2022 surplus. And that was passed by council. And right now we are not able to fulfill that because our surplus is only 147,000. I guess we have an opportunity here to either redirect the entire 147,544 to fund the public transit, or we would continue with the policy, and then we'll need to find another $250,000 for that initiative.
Go ahead. Sure. Councillor Demota, I can speak to that. So that council motion does still stand. As we've progressed, we have brought on more committed funding than was predicted. The council member at the time, and for better or worse, administration reported that that was the maximum possible amount that the municipality might have to provide. As things have happened, we're not going to need that much money for 2023, and we'll be bringing back a report to you over the next couple months before budget to show where we've ended up for 2023. So administration has not had to use any of the 2022 surplus, and support for transit in 2023 will be provided from the other sources of funding that were identified in that motion. We can bring an updated report to you on that, but I don't think at this time contradictory. I think if council wished, you could rescind that portion of that motion on the advice of administration. That's not going to be required to use 2022 surplus funds.
Thank you very much for that. I think it's important since it is an item or a topic that's in the public eye, and I think it's important that we be upfront and transparent on the funding, and thank you for the explanation.
That's good, and I appreciate that, and that was a very good catch. I know that you weren't part of those discussions, so I appreciate you acknowledging that and catching that, and I think that's important, and I'm glad to hear that we're able to operate and with a little bit more energy than anticipated, so that's good as far as a fiscal opportunity goes. Does anybody else have any questions? Go ahead, Richard. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota, through you to Director Melanchuk. First a question and then a comment. With respect to policy B112 and in relation to fixed assets, I think there is a requirement that in addition to, I think it was 10% of any annual operating surplus, we contribute 1.4% of the net book value of tangible capital assets. I think that's a phrase. That policy was passed in December of 2022. We are getting this report now in September of 2023, but there is zero opening balance as of June 30th. So that 1.4% of net book value, is that still subject to a motion by council later on to direct that into the reserves, or when will we see that as an augmentation to that fixed asset reserve?
Deputy Mayor, through to Mayor Ireland, that it will be part of the budget discussions, because it would be what would be proposed for the next year off of what is going into the 2024 year. So there's a portion of what we're speaking of within the policy that speaks to annual surplus, but then there's also a plan going into the next year of what council would like to see going into future years. And as there is a chance also council can make decisions that, maybe we work our way up to the 1.4, or there can be discussions that can be had around that going into the budget cycle. As everyone knows, council can decide what they would like to do going into this process. But that is the end goal. Yes, and so the policy wasn't passed prior to the budget being approved, so that wasn't implemented within the 2023 budget. Yeah.
Okay. Yep, that resolves the issue. I just wanted to confirm that. So that was my only question, and my only comment is simply to, I think, reiterate and restate what Mr. Given beat me to, and that is to commend you profusely. You're dealing with approximately a $33 million budget, and you did so with 99.6% accuracy with respect to the tax supported surplus and 98.4% accuracy with respect to the utilities. And those are phenomenal numbers. So you should be justifiably proud and your staff. So thank you very much for that work.
Does anyone have any more comments? You're just looking around to see if councillors have any recommendations. Do you like what you see in front of you? Or should we recommend to council other numbers than what's been recommended? I believe administration's looking for some direction, or at least looking for us to make a recommendation to council. Your worship.
I am prepared to make two motions. First, that committee recommend that council approve the 2022 year-end tax supported surplus of $147,544 be allocated to reserves as per policy B112 in the following amounts: $73,722 or 50% to fixed assets reserve, $14,754 representing 10% to the community housing reserve, and $59,017 or 40% to the financial stabilization reserve. And that committee recommend that council approve the 2022 year-end utility supported surplus of $534,685 be allocated to reserves as per policy B112 in the following amounts: $534,685 or 100% to the utilities operating reserve.
All right, you said two motions, but is that the two motions in one?
I read them both. But
yeah, okay. All right.
One as to the tax supported surplus and one as to the utility savings.
So is there any question or debate on the first one? Everybody understands the question? Call it. All in favor? Okay, there's none opposed. That's carried. Now for the second question, in regards to the utilities reserve, any debate, any questions? I know again, this is repetition, but for these two, I'm looking forward to discussion at budget time, whether we go back. I know this is going into reserves, but if we get into some tight spots, there's some good information here. And I know that we want to commit to the future for other initiatives, but especially with half of that operating reserve for utilities, we can contemplate some other ideas at the time. I'm not suggesting we need to, but this is a good spot to look. All right. Any questions? Call it. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried as well. All right. Does anybody have anything else to add to 7.7? Not to torture Director Nadal, who is waiting to address 7.1. All right, appreciate that. Great discussion. Thank you, Ms. Balanchuk. Appreciate your patience for that long day that you were waiting to speak today so far. And that brings us back to 7.1. Thanks for coming back. Director Nadon, look forward to the discussion on S block parking for 2023 winter season service.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. I'm here today to discuss a new proposal for the S block parking lot. Council might remember we've had items on the motion action list for some time that came in different pieces. So we were discussing the storage lots, and that was dealt with by council earlier. So we've increased the fees, renewed the leases, and we are in the process of implementing those changes with our leaseholders, and that's going well. And the other part of the S block parking motion that was passed some time ago was to look at the S block parking lot specifically. And that is the area highlighted in, I'm not sure what to call that color, turquoise, in the map on the report. And essentially that is the new paved parking lot that is located between Stanwright Drive and the train tracks. And that lot has been used for commercial users for the most part. So we make those lots available to businesses in town, and the rates are outlined in the background. So we've been renting those and generating approximately $20,000 in revenue annually from those rentals. But there was a recognition that that site seemed to be a bit underutilized, and how could we maximize its use and generate the associated revenue? Part of the direction that we got from council earlier on was to look at long-term parking for visitors. So if someone comes to Jasper and they need to park somewhere for longer than 72 hours, there was no real dedicated area for them to go. And then based on the demand that we had this summer, and namely a change in operating practices with one of our transportation providers, the demand was very acute. And so we managed to turn that around and implement that in that parking lot through Hotspot. So we're taking payments from Hotspot currently. And if someone comes to Jasper and they need to park their car for an extended period, they can go there, they can pay online, and the rate is the same as the other paid parking lots. So it's $15 a day, but there's a minimum stay of 3 days. So you have to pay $45 each time to renew. So we launched that at the beginning of August, and there's been some usage, not a ton. Last time I looked, I think we had around 15 3-day sessions in the month of August, which is not bad. So clearly there's a need for the service, but it's also not a big revenue generator, or the number of stalls that we've allocated. We plan to adjust depending on the demand there. But so essentially we've already operationally implemented 9 stalls in that lot are dedicated for long-term parking. And although the paid parking program is scheduled to end on October 31st as a seasonal program, we want to keep that aspect going year round, because otherwise, if you leave your vehicle for longer than 72 hours on street or in parking lots, technically you're in breach of the Traffic Safety Act. So that's a provincial rule there. So we intend to continue offering the service. So that was part of the council motion that we sort of already addressed and already implemented. And so the proposal that we're coming with today was developed in collaboration with our licensing and enforcement manager, Mr. Jones, and our operations team. So we looked at how many stalls we had left, what the demand for the service is, and based on the large number of users that are on the wait list for a year-round storage lot, we figure winter seasonal storage is a need that Jasper residents have. So this would be for licensed and insured vehicles, whether they are trailers or units you can drive. They would be eligible to go in this lot. And essentially the request before council today, our recommendation is that committee recommend council approve the winter seasonal service proposal for the S block parking lot as presented. But we recognize that some of the parameters that we presented, council might have some input or discussion and things to vary. So that's what we tried to capture in the alternative. So you might want to modify the term for the service. So how long those stalls are available for, the fees, the eligibility. And then essentially the items for discussion are outlined in the table on page 2 of the report. So The detail of our proposal is that we would like to make those stalls available from November 1st to April 30th, which is the opposite season as paid parking. Paid parking is available for the 6 months in the summer, so this would be for the 6 winter months. In determining the rate, we tried to be competitive in terms of we want people to take us up for the service. If it's too expensive, we think people might not avail themselves of that opportunity, but also recognizing that there's a high demand for the service, so we want to be sure that we charge enough. And Mr. Jones and I landed on that $275 plus GST. All our services are subject to GST for a 6-month term. And then we have electronic payment only on there. We are making some progress on that front. But I'm a bit less confident today than I was when I submitted the report that we could do that. So maybe take the electronic payment only with a grain of salt. Level of service, I think, is something worth highlighting in terms of, so this is an open lot and it is a parking lot as opposed to a storage lot. So the storage lots are fenced, locked, they are gravel, so they're not paved, and they are not plowed, versus the parking lot that we're looking at in S Block is a parking lot like every other parking lot in the municipality, and that's why it's plowed and the storage lots are not. So that's an interesting level of service discussion. So what's the service worth based on what we're actually providing? So not fenced or locked, paved, plowed. And then eligibility and prioritization is an area where we are looking for some council input. This is what we believe should be the system. So the commercial users that are currently charged at the existing rates are paying quite a bit more for the service. So based on the monthly information provided in the background, that is where our revenue is at. Understanding that not all stalls are full, however, but we would prioritize commercial users. So if someone wanted to rent it at the full rate, we would prioritize them. Residents currently on the storage lots wait list would be next. And I think I've included, we have approximately 70 users on the wait list. So we think there's a pretty big pool of people who might be interested in the service there. So commercial users first, then wait list, residents that are on the wait list, and then current storage lots users who might want to give up their storage lot and take us up on the opportunity for the seasonal offering could be next. And then if we are not full yet, then we would open up to residents at large. The vehicle or trailer requirements would be the same as for storage lots. So the vehicle or trailer has to be licensed, insured, and roadworthy. And it does require comprehensive coverage. So for theft, vandalism, and fire, that is outlined in the storage lots bylaw, and that would be required for any vehicle stored in the new lot. And then in terms of how many stalls would be available, we wanted to give ourselves a bit of an opportunity to operationally make some decisions here. So we've landed on 85% of the number of stalls available as of October 2nd. The reason for that is to let the October 1st deadline pass, which is the deadline for storage lots renewals, but also for any commercial users who might take us up with that storage in order to prioritize them. And then if we were to rent 30 stalls at $275 each for the 6-month term, we anticipate this could generate $8,250 for the year. The next paragraph you will note is in relation to stall usage and what they're used for currently. So commercial vehicle storage, long-term parking, and also because we had stalls available, the operations department is facing some pretty serious space issues at their yard, and we've allowed 5 stalls to be used by them. But depending on the demand we would get for the service, we are willing to work with them and see if that could be changed for the winter season. But also if the lots are not full, then we would obviously consider leaving our operations vehicles in there. And yeah, so we're looking for your input on the program. And as you'll note, the motion is that committee recommend council. So this would be subject to a final decision at a future regular meeting. And in the interest of time, if we're looking for November 1st start, we think residents are probably looking right now at what their options are for winter storage. And this is why it's coming at this time. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I saw your hand, Councillor Wilson. I do have a question, but I'll defer to you first. Maybe you have the same one as I do.
Thank you. I'm in support of all of this. I think it's great flexibility, and we're going out looking for some more increased revenue. What I don't want to do is stray too far from commercial, like I know, but it does sound like you are prioritizing commercial, which is great. I think one avenue we haven't really fleshed out yet, but we have talked about it. I don't think there was direction from council to administration to seek further information, but there are many businesses out there that need space to operate out of, but they don't need an actual building or a space in a building. Many businesses operate out, really just need a trailer, but they also need to be able to hold a business license out of a space. And I would support all of this, but I think I would like to add on to direct administration to have those conversations with Parks Canada. I don't believe it is too onerous. I think that we should be able to come up with an agreement with them that whereas the tradesperson working out of a trailer could actually have a space for their trailer and actually operate their business legitimately out of that. And then I foresee those stalls being used or needed a lot more for that commercial aspect. And again, leaning back towards the original reason we put that parking lot there was commercial. And I just want to maximize the commercial. I'm totally in support of all of this other stuff, but I do want to follow that up as well, possibly.
Yeah, I'll get to you right away on that. And I support that because there are some challenges with home-based businesses, like what actually qualifies that in this community. And I know that people in Jasper are having some struggles with Parks Canada on that. And there are tradespeople. I'm going to use a carpenter for an example that's a contracted carpenter that doesn't have a shop to work out of, but they have their own vehicle and they get hired by, a subcontractor. So if you have a trade as a carpenter, you get contracted out, you only have one vehicle or whatever trade that you are in, but you have to have an office somewhere or a business operation to be located out of. And sometimes that's a bit of a struggle because Parks Canada won't let you be a home-based operation. So I think that there's some opportunities there. You wanted to respond to Councillor Wilson's comments? Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota, through to Councillor Wilson. We have had those conversations with Parks Canada, and it's a nuance of between the storage lots and the parking lot in question that I didn't raise in the report because it's quite the complex matter. But essentially, that parking lot is zoned institutional. And on that basis, Parks Canada will not consider having a business address or a business physical location being based out of that parking lot. We have a very clear understanding with Parks that that's not where they want to go, and we are not to provide leases that sort of provide that kind of indication. So this raises another issue, which you yourself and Deputy Mayor Demota have touched on, where what is the business address that all those businesses are using in town, and the use of our industrial area, generally speaking. And without going into any details there, I think you can understand how those two issues are related, but tying them together on this institutional piece of land is sort of unlikely to materialize. Having that said, there's potentially other options, but from my perspective, I view that as a bit of a different file, as in we've received a hard no from our counterparts at Parks with regards to using those stalls as a business location.
Whether something we can bring up subzoning. I'm kidding. With regards to that, and I want to get to the actual size of the lot and the expanse of it and what council of the day at that time was sold on when we were making a decision. I was under the impression at the time that there were enough commercial vehicles that were being parked in public spaces that justified the size of that lot and the stalls and the concept of it. And the idea at that time, and correct me if I'm wrong, was to start enforcing that illegal use of public space. And by doing that, people would find spots, but then this would also accommodate the amount of vehicles that were thought could fill that spot, with a few extra spots for other commercial businesses such as buses and things like that. So I want to know where we're at with that enforcement, and have we cleaned up the streets? Because if we're not there yet, then, like, are we making an initiative to do that? And I know it's contentious, but there was a commitment made by council at that time, and for building that thing.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor Demota. I think the business plan or proposal that led to the development of the parking lot versus the implementation of it, and for business owners to actually pay I have to pull up the fees again, the $150 a month or $200 a month plus GST, if they have alternatives available that do not cost them that amount of money. I believe that's part of the reason we're not seeing the uptake we thought we would, in terms of people are finding alternative places to put their vehicles that are cheaper, probably. Having that said, in the town site, I am not under the understanding that we have a problem with commercial vehicles, as in commercial vehicles parked in residential areas in contravention of our traffic safety bylaw is not there aren't several vehicles out there that we're not addressing. So from an enforcement perspective, if a commercial vehicle is parked in the wrong spot, we do enforce it, which doesn't necessarily result in someone taking us up on taking a stall in the parking lot. Having that said, S Block in itself is an interesting use of space and parking for commercial vehicles. And one of our biggest challenges there is we don't provide line painting on Stanwright Drive, and therefore determining exactly whether those vehicles are on private property or on public roadway or on municipal public property is very challenging. We've explored that file and tried to determine, based on our GIS information, how could we possibly provide clearer delineations and giving those commercial users an opportunity to comply. We have a really hard time coming to a conclusion on that one, just based on how S Block is developed and how the land is used, but also the fact that there was never line painting put there. So are there vehicles in S Block that should really be paying for a stall in that parking lot and therefore not utilize municipal land anymore? Probably, but we're not in a situation where we can confidently enforce the fact that they are on public property. Is sort of another layer to the S Block parking situation. Having that said, what I get from our licensing and enforcement manager, Mr. Jones, is that when there is a vehicle that's causing problems, we do address it. Our crew does patrol and does put out warnings and leaves signs on vehicles that are considered abandoned and have to move. And for the most part, our commercial users are complying and collaborating with us. And if there's an issue, they do move their vehicles. So are there commercial vehicles in S Block that should be paying for a stall? Probably, but we're not really in a situation where we can enforce that just yet. We are working on it, but it's a bit of a complex and long-standing issue.
Thank you for that information. Now, could that be a budget discussion as well? How do we get property lines addressed there? Because again, I felt like, I was sold that we were going to clean up S Block, and that's one of the things I was referring to, and it might not be that much of a disaster as it used to be. And whether or not there are vehicles in residential areas, I trust that bylaws addressing those, so I'm okay with that. But we do have this huge lot, and I don't want to flog the same horse again. But if we have an opportunity to draw property lines, whether it's with actual lines being the streets or with stakes or whatever the deal is, we do have opportunities to straighten that out. And I don't want to force people into situations that they don't want to afford. But if you have a commercial vehicle in public space, and we built this to fix that, then I would like to explore that. If the rest of council doesn't, that's fine. But I think to the community, for the cost of that concrete area, even though we're making some compensation here to explore other sources of revenue, I would like to focus on fixing our problem first, if it's a problem, and then fill in the gaps after. Okay, that's just me. I'll go Councillor Melnick, then Councillor Keller.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. I'm looking at page 8 of our agenda and the S block parking lot chart. Excuse me. For the 11 users that are currently paying year round, will they be offered the $275 for the 6 months as opposed to paying either $900 or $1,200 based on 6 months of monthly payments?
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Melnick, our intention was not so. And in determining the cost for the residential usage, that is something we considered in terms of, we have commercial users that are paying a lot more. So what is a fair rate to charge residents for a 6-month term is definitely an equity question that would be relevant for council to discuss, but residential usage is what's contemplated in this proposal. So the commercial users would continue to pay the monthly cost, and we do anticipate that with the onset of fall, we will lease a few more commercial lots at the monthly rate, but only for the winter months is a trend in the service that we've noticed in previous years and that we anticipate will materialize again before October 1st.
Are you done?
Thanks for that. I'm maybe struggling with the justification of one stall being next to another stall. And they're both having different values for 6 months out of the year.
Yeah, so I think that, the suggestion is we can adjust that. So, I mean, for 6 months, somebody's, like if I'm parking there and I'm using it for 12 months, well, if Joe next to me gets half price or a little over half price for the winter time, maybe you can reduce my 6-month rent to make it a little bit more affordable. If we're going to go that way, we might as well treat everybody fairly, right? It's the same thing as, my concept of wanting to address what an actual downtown stall is worth to the community. So whatever that stall is worth to the renter, I think that we should have some equity there. And then other people that are parked in the actual storage lots will say, well, how come we're paying so much? Well, you get to park it there fenced for a whole year, and that's a huge opportunity, and you're not kicked out after 6 months. So I think that has some value to it, right? Are you finished with that one? Are we supporting your comments there? All right. Go ahead.
My line of questioning was going to be the same. I was going to say that it needs to be raised a little bit in order, because the commercial are paying so much more. But I just want to also say that I have noticed by law they're there every couple of days, if not every day, checking the vehicles over in S block. I see them, I'm in and out of there all the time. So I just want to tell Mr. Don and your staff are doing a good job on this.
Thank you. Go ahead, Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. Through you to Director Nadon, and I'm going to take this in a different direction, and I do that against my own interest because I had a bit of a friendly wager with Councillor Keller what time we might get out of here today. And now I'm going to let her win, I think. I want to go back to the earlier discussion and about potential other attributes of the use of the space. So firstly, with respect to both the storage lots and the parking lot, does the municipality hold those under lease or license of occupation?
Deputy Mayor, through to Mayor Ireland. Ooh, you have me questioning. I want to say the storage lots are leases. We are in the process of renewing those, and well, I can find out. I just need a few minutes.
Yeah. And you go ahead and look. I think with respect to the storage lots, almost certainly they are leases. The parking lot, I'm not sure whether it works like a road where we don't actually have a lease for it, but we get to maintain it and service it and then pay for it with our collective land rent.
Your Worship, and Deputy Mayor Demoda, if I may, will recommend on finding that information. I just wonder on the issue of cost. I think administration's goal here was to see better utilization of an underutilized resource. Appreciate what council's saying about equity between users. And I wonder if, at this stage, we don't know if anybody will take us up on this at this price or any other price. We hope that they will, because we want to see more use out of that space. And I think administration had put forward a price that they thought might be attractive. Maybe it would be helpful if this was explicitly a limited term project or a pilot project with an expectation that it would be reviewed at a certain time in the new year. So that way we're not sending a signal to all the various users that, hey, this is now the system, and car beside truck, car gets a deal over truck. Like, maybe we say, we want to try and see if we can maximize the use of this. We're going to offer this, and we're going to review whether that's worth doing in the future and whether the pricing is appropriate. And it's a bit more of a framing of the issue rather than actually doing anything different than what's proposed. But I think if council explicitly says to be reviewed following the conclusion of the first 6-month program, that really sets the stage that, hey, we're trying something different, and we will review that whole area following the conclusion of that trial. Just a bit of food for thought for you. You don't necessarily have to feel that you're setting something that is going to lock in a approach forever. Especially if you say, no, we're going to try this and we're going to ask for a report back on how that went. And then we're going to decide what to do going forward from there. So just a little food for thought for consideration for you when you get to considering how you might like to deal with this item. Did I buy you enough time, Christine? All right.
Thank
you. CEO Given. I can confirm that the storage lots are subject to a land use agreement. And I believe that the parking lot would be as well. So to your point, Mayor Ireland, it would be along with all of our other parking lots and roads and institutionally zoned properties with the municipality is what the parking lot falls under, which I also think is a land use agreement, but I'm not certain of the latter. But certainly the storage lots are subject to a land use agreement.
I appreciate that. I asked for 2 reasons. Firstly, the public needs clarity. The information before council in the background information and the proposed schedule indicates that the requirements are based on the storage lot bylaw for use, which means licensed, insured, and roadworthy vehicles. And I know there has been some local concern raised about potential other uses. That is, somebody wants to store a boat that's not on a trailer, or a bunch of other non-mobile equipment or facilities, and have a bit of a tent configuration to use it as storage. And my understanding is that the municipality has said that's not permitted. And we can, of course, refer to the bylaw, but it seems to me that the land use agreement under which we hold that land at all from parks has those restrictions in it. And I would like some clarity so the public understands that we have a land use agreement that says you can use that for storage of vehicles, which is different than the storage of all sorts of other stuff. Secondly, if the terms are different because of zoning, considering the question raised by Councillor Wilson and pursued by Deputy Mayor Demoda about providing people the platform that they need to apply for business licensing in some cases, your suggestion of this 3rd round of priority for the parking lot is people with existing storage who might want to swap it out. if it's possible that the storage lots are zoned commercial and would accommodate the issue by the municipality of a sub-occupancy agreement, and maybe something could happen in storage lots, which couldn't happen in the parking lot. And we could address the very question that Councillor Wilson has raised. So regardless of where the proposal goes and the motion yet to come, I mean, I'm supportive of taking a shot, see what else we can do with this parking lot. But in the meantime, if you're going to enter into further discussions with Parks Canada, I wonder whether that is a secondary objective that could be advanced. That is, there may well be businesses in Jasper that need commercial space to properly support an application for a business license. Maybe we can help provide that in the storage lots, because as I heard you say, we can't support it on the parking lot.
I like your line of thinking, Mr. Mayor. How do you think that would affect commercial cab space? Then would that have an effect on commercial footprint, or because there's not a roof over it, that it could be applied differently? Because I mean that's the challenge. We have so many support services in our community.
It probably doesn't need any roofing, and it seems to me that Block S is part of the recognized commercial footprint now for limited use, and so it wouldn't expand the area. And it's a possibility which could be pursued if this is indeed a problem for people in the community. And I think it is. It's not just tradespeople. There's lots of people in the community who struggle with meeting the requirement of having commercial space sufficient to establish eligible residency requirements and get a business license. So, can we help those people through this process? Potentially. I just recognize it might be something we could pursue on behalf of those people who have that need.
Right, I appreciate that. Now I guess we have some things to contemplate here, unless everybody's satisfied with the amounts that are proposed. We still have a week to or so, depending on what gets moved here. When I look at the value of the parking stall in the S block parking lot as opposed to the storage areas, 6 months of rental is $900. So to offer that to someone else for $275 for the winter, that's quite a significant change. So something to contemplate. Go ahead, Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota, and I think CEO Given came up with a viable solution for us to test the waters and call this a pilot project, see what uptake there is. Hear from the public what is good about it. And we may be able to transform some of those into longer term use by looking at the monthly storage potential. But if we call this a pilot project for this winter, and see if we can get some of the vehicles out of the community, such as trailers and motorhomes and so on, and also utilize a lot more, that could be a very positive thing.
I agree. Right. So I know that I'm chairing, and the people that chair get often beat up a little bit for the length of meetings, but I can't say that it didn't come with some encouragement to make motions today several times. And other than stepping aside again, if somebody wants to take a crack at something here, I appreciate administration doing all the work to get this in front of us. And so do we have something for council to contemplate next week, Councillor Mullen?
So the motion I'd like to propose is that committee recommend council approve the winter seasonal service pilot project proposal for the S Block parking lot as presented.
Okay, was that in fact actually a pilot project proposal, or if administration's okay with that, your worship, you had something to add to it?
I was simply going to suggest that it be approved as a pilot project for a limited time, the 2023-2024 season, with a report to follow in the spring of 2024.
As a friendly amendment, I would accept that.
The committee recommend council to approve the winter seasonal service proposal for S Block as a pilot or as a pilot project for a limited time, with administration to report back in the spring of 2024.
Winter of 2023.
What did I say?
Limited time.
Well, I thought you said limited.
Sorry.
You use that word. Let's go rewind that back and we'll sit here till 5 o'clock. All right. Okay, does everybody understand it? Did you capture that? All in favor? That's carried. I appreciate your time. Thank you for that. Now we're moving on to 7.8. Councillor Hall, you wanted to address?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. The Métis Nation of Alberta has signed a self-governance agreement with Canada, and they're holding their first self-government elections. They start tomorrow until the 19th. And our region, they're electing, there's 22 districts, they'll be electing a representative for each district. So our region will no longer be called Métis. It's no longer called Métis Region 4. It will be the Jasper House Métis District. I would like to make a motion to direct administration to review our land acknowledgement policy. Update. I think review, because I also know that the Mountain Métis and the Assiniboine Nation are not listed in there as well, and I know they are in the parks land use or land acknowledgement. And yeah, I would like to make a motion that committee direct administration to review our land acknowledgement policy. Okay.
Review and make proposed amendments.
Sure.
All right. Mr. Gibbon, are you okay with that?
Absolutely. I was just going to say, we also have the policy review committee. We could just add this in the agenda item on the policy review committee. Administration could bring it there first. The committee can look at potential changes and send it forward. Either way, I think really the same effect of making those updates to make sure that it reflects sort of the current situation. Absolutely.
We don't have a policy review committee. We have a legislative.
Which meets once a month, the first Wednesday, but that might not, give it appropriate time. So today, as an example, I didn't make reference to any treaty, if you noticed, and I did that on purpose for various reasons. But for one of them, until we get that ironed out, I think it's important to acknowledge and the important reasons why. But at the same time, we don't want to offend anybody, and I think it's important to also try to get it right, even though it's okay if we don't once in a while. So I'm okay with that. So that's a motion. I'm going to call that. All in favor? So opposed? That's carried. Appreciate the conversation there. Number 8 on our agenda is Councillor Waxer.
I, at the risk of dragging it a little bit longer, I had prepared, but wasn't certain, a motion regarding the mayor's comments about winter cycling, and I wondered if I could make that motion now, and we could
as an emergent item on the agenda?
Well, it's reflecting back to earlier.
Okay, that's fine. If the rest of council is okay with that, I think we're all good.
Okay.
Yeah.
The committee direct administration to bring recommendations to enhance winter cycling options to a future committee meeting.
All right, I'll support that. Anyone else? Good. Any comments? All right, call that. All in favor? Not opposed? That one's carried as well. Much appreciated. I don't know how that gets reflected in the minutes, whether it goes back to the active transportation feasibility study, or if that's actually 7.9 on the agenda. I'll let you work that out. Motion action list. Mr. Given. This is your wheelhouse, your bailiwick.
Well, thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Demota. I believe we have some notes in the motion action list. You can see the Clean Energy Improvement Program. We're recommending it be deferred to October. This is as a result of both a bit of a long queue with Alberta municipalities and the fact that we don't have our municipal energy manager, but to move that along. There are a number of items that we took off the list and have replaced. Obviously, we just finished talking about S-block parking, the early learning childcare strategy, and the I just want to see if there's the code of conduct in municipal facilities. Of course, many of those will have new items that have replaced the ones that are on the list, but those ones could be deleted and replaced by the new items. The forwarding of the Clean Energy Improvement Program to October, business license review, drive crosswalks, the folk music festival appointment of a council member. Obviously, the festival's happened, I think, quite successfully, and administration provided the support for the festival, but we still need to deal with the appointment of that council member. And I think, other than those items that I've noted, the rest, I believe we have on track.
I did for myself, because it's on here and it's kind of like a reverse of our minutes. Just the conversation on Hakone and part 2 of what the title is. With participation on the Jasper Partnership Initiative, Tourism Jasper had stated that they might have availability now with regards to 2024 potential visitation to maybe help expand the delegation to include some discussions around tourism opportunities in conjunction with the trip over to Hakone. So with the exploring of the alternate delivery models, just wanted to enforce or reinforce that commitment, that there's potential industry partners that might be willing to work with us on an enhanced delegation. So I just want to keep that one on the burner and let administration know that those opportunities are there and hopefully promote some more communication. Thank you. So that comment with the adjustments that Mr. Gibbon has spoken to, may I have a motion to receive?
So, Deputy Mayor Demota, I missed 2 actually, because of our cancellation of the committee meeting at the end of the month for Alberta municipalities. There are 2 that were still listed in September that we had hoped we'd be able to bring today, but haven't. That's the community-wide internet access, and so that will need to be an October item. As also the public transit RFP award and a report on the partner contributions, I can certainly circulate that information to council. It is known. Happy to make that known in the community with report to council, but we just weren't able to make the agenda deadline for this meeting. And so happy to get that information to council and bring it to a public meeting, but that public meeting likely won't be till October now.
So change those above stated to October 2023 from September. We have a motion to accept the.
Or you do.
Yeah, let's do that. Go ahead.
I just want to inquire through you, Deputy Mayor Demona, Mr. Given, just about the developing practice when a projected presentation date is missed, it just rolls to the next month. But it seems to me that we now have an expectation of 9 or maybe 10 presentations next month because some things were already scheduled for October. And it just seems to me that puts a lot of stress and burden on staff capacity to think about preparing 10 different requests for decision in the background for next month. So I leave it to administration to sort out what is best practice internally. But it seems to me that to just habitually move things to the next month when the next month already is potentially full is just going to cause more grief on our staff. And so I would invite you to take a look at how that might be managed.
Well, Your Worship, if you're inviting us to delete any of the items, we'd be happy to take any of them off the list that council doesn't feel need to be followed up on. That's a bit tongue in cheek, but I mean, it is actually a matter of fact that yes, these are the things that are on administration's workload. And if there are any of them that are feeling less important now than when you asked, you could tell us that. But at the same time, we do have 2 committee meetings, I believe, in October. And not all of these items are assigned to the same people. We do have a little bit of a smaller roster of directors, as you know, for the time being. And so that's causing a bit of the backup. But I will say that particularly in the community development area, as you saw, Lisa and Lisa were both here supporting recommendations coming forward from that area. So we do have a group of people. Those 10 items are not all assigned to one, but many of them are assigned to Director Nadal. But I appreciate the concern, and administration is continually working to manage that workload. But these are the things that have come from council that are sort of at the forefront for us. And we want to ensure that we're keeping you and the community updated, that they don't sort of just disappear unless council tells us that something can disappear off the list. I think I'll speak on behalf of administration, say we're okay. As long as this process is suiting council. I mean, if there's something that can't be bumped anymore because it is so important, council should also feel free to tell us that so that we can dedicate the appropriate resources to the appropriate things rather than maybe spending time on something that was lower importance.
Okay. I'm still trying my efforts. Before I call it the question or get a motion to accept the motion action list as amended. Councillor Wilson? All in favor? And opposed? Thank you. I almost felt like we were done there. Upcoming events. We have the upcoming events list in front of us. Does anybody have anything to add to those events? Mr. Mayor.
September is Culture Month in Alberta. There are things happening in our community over that period of time. None of them listed on our upcoming events schedule. but I know that JAG is hosting something in this building on Friday evening, celebrating the arts. There's something over the weekend about cowboy culture. There are a number of things arising, so I just invite councillors and any members of the public who are watching to go and investigate what is happening on the cultural scene in Jasper for the rest of this month.
All right. Any other items to address? I'm just checking something out here. Okay. I think administration municipalities doing the 30 days of reconciliation on our website and social media. Every day there's a different post, and that's leading up to our National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, September 30th. So I thought that was important to mention here as well. Okay, having no further additions, I skipped over councillor upcoming meetings. It's maybe subconsciously on purpose, but is there anything that's of importance that someone wants to address before we carry on? Councillor Malley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor DeMona. Tonight I have the Jasper Yellowhead Historical Society monthly meeting. I'll be attending that, as well as I believe we are in Hinton for a monthly Community Futures West Yellowhead board meeting. And when I say we, I'm specifically referring to Deputy Mayor DeMona and myself.
Yeah, there's no point both of us talking about it. Go ahead, Councillor Keller.
Tomorrow at noon, I have early childhood conversation, and on Friday at noon, I have a Zoom Trans-Canada Yellowhead Highway Association meeting.
All right, thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This evening I'll be returning back to my very first library board meeting after a summer break. And I did want to take this opportunity, I know it's a bit out of order, but just to acknowledge the incredible folk festival we had this weekend. And thank Kristen Murphy, she's the executive director, and Peggy McCormick, the assistant executive director. Record sales and merchandise record sales. I think they sold up almost 1,200 tickets. It was incredibly well attended. I know I saw Councillor Keller MP and Councillor Wilson there. CEO Given was there with his family. It was an absolutely mind-blowingly, outrageously bigger than we could have expected. And I mean, the weather certainly helped. But yes, so Kristen and Peggy, absolutely amazing job.
Yeah, they did. And, you know, after our presentation that they gave us here and their request for support, we had a Jasper partnership meeting, and I brought up, you know, to Tourism Jasper on their support, and they said that they're working actively to help them out. And, you know, I saw some various recognition on radio stations and podcasts on the Folk Fest here. So that helped really, you know, is moving the needle for us. So thanks for bringing that up, and I'm sorry that I forgot to address that more. So it was great, and I'm glad to see that we had some participation there. Councillor Mayor.
I have two meetings coming up at the close of this week, both of which have strategic implications, which I would prefer to discuss with council in camera. So either, and I forgot to raise it as an addition to the agenda, but even if we could discuss informally, I just need some minor bit of direction from my fellow councillors before I engage in this initiative of strategic importance.
Right, so having no further items to discuss, I would welcome a motion for adjournment. Councillor Wilson on the ball, all in favor? That's carried. We are adjourned. 4:04. Bye, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Really appreciate that. Thank you, administration. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Emma. Don't do that. I love you.